If I want like a Scythe of Vice to catch Jug pre-spin or get on top of the Leshrac, additional disable is always handy. Lincoln Sphere is a defensive option queued though.
They have no abilities to pierce that Lincoln Sphere with other than Yule Scepter on Lesh. Because you're protecting yourself against duel. That's it. That's his thinking right now. Might change his mind. We'll see what he decides to go for. I still feel it's like, in terms of what they can pop the Lincolns with, it's a good Lincolns game. Other than that, like it's just duel pretty much. But there are ways of protecting with like Medusa, Ulti, Spear, Arena. So many like spells you can throw onto. Even Overgrowth is a pretty good one. In my opinion, I would just go Aghanim Scepter at this situation. Because Lincoln Sphere is pretty expensive. Top lane. They have Dust, they have Sentry.
Lets him blink away. Valky under a sentry now. Does Arena but dueled up inside it. The Gladiators battle. And the kisses thrown out towards the additional members of the Radiant, joining in as they arrow and connect onto Frank's Legion. Armlet toggles, press the attack ready, turns the fight in towards Mini, but the Overgrowth is there. Nuages traps them all in the brambles and vines, and Kim tornadoed up.
That's a nice move from Apu Kings. They like lose one hero, they feed away damage the Legion Commander, but they still get 2 kills in return, and most importantly, Medusa is farming. Like, this is their win condition. They have ways of amplifying their Medusa. Solar Crest already done on Mirana, because Mirana usually gets either a Spirit Vessel or just earn into Yule Scepter. This time around, you had Invoker who wanted to pick up that Urn of Shadows, so you're skipping it. There's Alacrity, there's Treant Protector Armor, so many stuff that you can throw onto your Medusa. If they finish this Skadi, I think this is going to be the big timing. Skadi into try to get Roche. They have enough damage. Like, try to go for a smoke, get a kill or 2, and then transition into Roche.
That's why it's nice that they are focusing pretty heavily on that top part of the map, right? Treants there farming jungle camps. They've got the Invoker not too far away, but a dual victory will come because of this. Vision scouted out. Sentry already there for Mini to take it.
Gives a Sunstrike, gets the D-Ward. Nicely done. Staying on top of the net worth. Even out farming Medusa at this point, which is pretty impressive.
It's all about creating that barrier in front of Medusa's triangle. Guard Roshan, guard your farm. And try and make sure that you don't give too much to this Juggernaut, because he is starting to catch up. Right, speaking of catching up, Leshrac has done a tremendous job here to be 3rd in net worth after 6 deaths.
Leshrac has pretty much played around Outpost, and this is why Leshrac on Dire is so much better than on Radiant, because camps are much closer. You can farm like 2 camps at the same time. Like you can stack the 3rd one, especially with Io, who's providing you that mana regen. So managed to actually make a comeback, almost as farmed as Medusa right now.
Yeah, and then you let your Juggernaut split push, cut waves, move around the map, and you've got that relocate with Io to maybe come down bottom and make a play here. Because the Kings are hunting for Jug. Kataro, tucked away in the trees, will disguise himself from this Mirana and Mars. And they start to TP down bottom, so Snap's joining, as is the Legion Commander. And of course, that relocate at the ready if need be. Valky thinking about this. He's got Arena, Blink and Spear, but he just spears the Juggernaut back. Blinks away from the initiation.
He gets it
with a long-range
with
duel,
the talent.
plus 200 on the talent. As easy as you like to set up for a kill. No victory, but it's a big pick nonetheless. That's 40 seconds now without Mars. Mirana on the backside getting a courier snipe.
She feels pretty safe. 3 leap charges. The only way to catch her is Yule Scepter into Split Earth, which is doable, but the Leshrac was not close. No dual damage, but as we said, cast range coming out from that duel, very handy. It looked definitely more than 200 extra.
Kataro He's going to spin and think about retreating. Cook it away. Snake is coming. They've lost Mini top lane in the meanwhile as Leo Style finds him. But Juggernaut, a huge target into the Sunstrike, and the Overgrowth is there. The arrow connecting from the river up the high ground. And Jupiter, very, very thankful for that mini buyback, which sets up the kill for them.
Not worth it. Who got the last hit? Trent gets the last hit, so it's really not worth it. Next time you die, you're giving away so much space, so much time for Lava to do things around the map. Juggernaut saw Trent and managed to, like, alright, it was a split decision. He's gonna overgrowth me, I need to run away. Tries to run away, Trent holding onto that overgrowth until Sunstrike is used to see, like, where it's gonna land. Perfectly connects. It's gonna be much easier once he finishes off the Manta style, so it's gonna be a great way of dispelling things.
True. And it all started with like a 4-second arrow from Mirana out of the blue. Very well set up onto that Juggernaut. Now you got to be thinking as the Kings. Medusa pretty much ready. We've waited long enough for this Skadi to be up and running. Our Invoker just bought back. Are we strong enough to go and try for Roshan?
Medusa's going for Manta style next, at least what's queued up. Not a big fan here. You need, like, either you finish off S and Y for duel to last long, and stuns. Because Manta style doesn't, like, he can't dispel anything at this point. There's literally nothing that he can dispel. Yeah, so you either go for a big item or you go for S and Y. Kotaro dying one more time. This is big. Like, Apu King's playing, I would say, 2 times better compared to the previous game.
Yeah, they're finding these individual pickoffs left and right, right? Pressuring that Leshrac in the mid lane. Now killing off the Juggernaut. One by one. Smoking from that bot lane in towards their Medusa as well. Who's nearby? Frank and Kim, the Smoked Legion and Snapfire. Lesh and Io show on that mid lane. They want something to kick off here, and Valky, he will make the jump forward. Yule's on the
Io and the pause. Okay. Duel still not cast, so this will give Mirana time. At least Mirana can't Yule Scepter on Legion Commander, because Legion has a shard, so that means magic immune, but could try potentially to leap out. He's not getting the damage on dual command, on dual commander, okay.
Dual commander. Oh, man. Yeah, the IO disconnects. That's an awkward one. So you don't have Juggernaut. 5 heroes from the Radiant are in the mid lane.
This is a really bad pause for Lava. Mortimer's Kiss is just used by Snapfire. So Mirana, what she does, like, she can see the situation right now and gives her more time to respond. Leaps in front, uses the Yule Scepter. Or Arrow was already flying somewhere, or it like hits something, not sure where it is, I can't find it, but your play is leap into Yule Scepter Snapfire to stop the ulti.
What's the plan for Lesh? Does Leo just cut his losses and run?
Tether doesn't seem like available on Io. Like, we can theory craft about what's gonna happen in the next 20 seconds. Mars has that spear, so Mars wants to use Spear on Io, who's being in the Cyclone right now. But Io wants to tether out, so let's see if he can land that one. Could potentially screw, the pause might mess it up.
Then there's an Invoker with an Arcane Rune coming.
Ideally,
cooldown.
Like, Legion Commander would love to duel Mirana, and they would get the damage off because of Snapfire ulti. If you duel Trent Protector now, Mirana will stop the Snapfire ulti. Like, even if duel is, like, kind of cancelled with the Overgrowth, he's still gonna get the damage from full Mortimer's Kisses. Let's see where the rest is. Kotaro, still dead. He's been dead for the last 2-3 minutes of this cast.
Yeah, he has. I mean, Legion Commander's also going to do a bit of a spin there. 90-degree turn to try and duel the Mirana, but away we go back into it. Mirana leaps across. Duel is there. Kiss is landing, but the overgrowth, you're right, cancels it out. Io still alive, but this arena catches Cat-Yu inside. A two-man tornado and a Sunstrike to land as well, as Nuage is the first one to die. Legion survives, as Medusa looking to chase down Frank, but a good press the attack to get away from the arrow, and two supports. The only casualty so far for the Dire, but Frank, the feeder, as he's tagged up as, looks like he's about to die.
Can he toggle out of this?
Oh, press the attack. Sunstrike misses. Frank, he's running and blinking. He survived.
Spear, not gonna connect. He should be fine. Mirana out of leaps. Sacred Arrow. Ooh, let's... Wait a second. BKB, nicely done. Picks up the arrow. Yeah, I don't think he's getting out of this one.
Nah, they still found him.
Still,
Juggernaut went to farm the triangle, Lesh went top, there's no one to help him.
This pause a bit unfortunate for Lava players, because Apu Kings, they could theory craft like what could potentially go wrong. In the end, it was Medusa ulti that stopped the Mortimer's Kisses, so no dual damage. And Medusa, in the end, decides to not pick up the Manta style that I talked about. It's really no use, so you want to just get a bit more status resistance against the stuns, against the duel, even though you're not gonna get duel. Like, this is not the target.
Bit of a sneaky move into the Roche pit here. Jug and Snap
They don't know
killing
about
Roche. Sunstrike launched top lane. They're hunting for the Io, who's sat behind the Lesh, spearing Leo style towards the Medusa and the Treant, and also finding the Io with a tornado. Tether across, but the arena's there. Even with that great amount of heal coming in from Cat-Yu, they will still both die. But in the meantime, Roshan has been slain.
It was a nice move. It was really nice move from Lava. I don't think they needed to commit to the top lane. Maybe cut the losses, show Io, just say whatever, and get that Aegis. It's not about them holding the Aegis. It's about stopping Medusa from getting that Aegis and going for the high ground.
Yeah, make sure that momentum is halted. And Medusa picks up a crit now as well on top of that S and Y. Now they want to go on a bit of an excursion down towards the Dire Triangle, it looks like. Plenty of heroes here to maybe try and push that tier 1 tower too. A 6k lead still being held by the Kings. Majority of that, of course, on the Medusa. 15,000 net worth, sitting very pretty at the top of the chart. And a Radiant scan. Treant standing front line, but Juggernaut not connected to a tree by the spear. And this gives an opportunity to Lava to try and reclaim their triangle with this Dire Observer Ward seeing everything that the Kings are doing.
It would be really cool if you could spear onto Treant if he's in your team, but he needs to like stand still for at least 5 seconds. He's just like there existing.
Are you one of those people that wants to tango Treant as well? Quelling Blade the Treant?
It doesn't necessarily need to insta-kill him, but maybe
10% damage?
It's just some chip damage, like 1 damage. It can't be lethal, but just for the memes. I think that would be fine.
You chop off his pinky.
Send it. Like, send me, PayPal me $30 right now, or, you know, the rest is also gonna fall off.
Turn you into firewood, which Legion Commander is attempting to do with the Blink Duel. That's a TP it's arriving. Mini wants to fight this. Tornado's up, and Valky's here with a spear across to the left-hand side. They're even going to Moonlight
press
Shadow
is
to try
ready.
and disengage from mid lane, but right, Frank, press the attack up, still dies. And that Moonlight Shadow allows Mirana to slip away from Io Lesh, who are coming in towards mid.
I try to hype up the situation that he was in, you know, press the attack, maybe something happens. He's stuck, he's in the corner, can't really do much. Bottom lane, Medusa, Benny TP's out, finishes off full Daedalus. So that's gonna hurt quite a lot also. Got that level 20 talent. Mystic Snake plus 30%. Not sure why that's still 30% because it feels a bit OP. One snake bounces on 2 heroes. Suddenly you're full mana. Io will get caught after the reload.
And relocated Lesh top to get the split push going. So it does give a lot of room for the Kings to maneuver. Again, bottom tier 1 is open for them.
What Lava needs to do is try to split the map as much as they can. Try to make stuff happen with the relocate, with the duel. Anyone who shows on the side lane, like this is where they need to play. Legion Commander plus relocate every single time it's up. Here we go on
Like
Medusa.
They go straight on Dusa. With the Omni Slash and Kisses, they're doing some
She's out of
significant
mana.
damage, but the Cataclysm's coming, Leo style. He's close to death, the crit lands in, and the arrow's there. Benny finds the takedown on Lesh. Kotaro can't stick on a target. They don't get anybody.
That was so close. And he also needed to turn off Mana Shield after popping the Magic Wand, because if you lose that bit of a mana, you would not have enough to cast a Mystic Snake, and one Mystic Snake could make a whole fight turn around and feel a bit different. It was a very ambitious move to try to go for Medusa like that, because she's super tanky, especially with the Treant, with the Solar Crest thrown at her.
Well, that was Mini unveiling the Aghanim Scepter, though. Cataclysm causing some problems for Lava when they tried to get in on top of one target.
Benny's going for Satanic next. That will make him more tanky. I would still prefer if that's Butterfly in this situation, because what you are afraid of is Juggernaut dealing damage with the Omni, and also Legion Commander. Like, he doesn't have the scariest damage 30 minutes in, it's plus 50, but it's still a lot of right clicks. Now switching to BKB. Okay. I think
BKB
his item build is
Snap.
it's pretty straightforward here. I think it's Butterfly into Satanic, so you have like 2 lives pretty much.
Yeah,
they can't burst you.
There's
There's no way to burst you, especially with the Trent Protector, who has a Blink Dagger. So if you feel like threatened, he can blink in. There is Tornado to cancel the stuff in the backlines. Snapfire ulti should not go off in the team fights, especially if they have vision, because there is like Mirana with the arrow, with the leap into Yule Scepter if arrow is used, Tornado in the backlines. There's so many ways to stop it.
And you've got Alacrity Solar Crest, right? So it makes Butterfly Satanic even more valuable. Or Frank. He dodged away from the Mars, but Nuages is there. Quick little press the attack into duel. Little Shredder going. Cataclysm onto Frank. Will do a little bit of damage, but they're stuck inside the arena now. Spear misses, though. Valky doesn't stick the lash to the side. 2 supports are trapped, though, as Cat U tethers away, but unfortunately, Kim moves on this Snapfire. Gonna get chased down by the Skadi Slows, and off to the right-hand side, they get back in on top of the Dire, but can't find any additional kills. Frank is hidden in the trees. Io and Lesh have tethered and relocated down bottom. So the Kings will just clear up the Io as he returns into the Death Squad.
Still feel that's fine for Lava. They want to get some more... Oh, Frank needs to be careful. It's being pinged out. He immediately goes back. They pinged that they have Observer Ward there before he even placed it. And this caught a glimpse. They know.
They know he's there now. Press, blink, duel in. He's going for the aggressive play onto Mini. Leshrak is Yulesed up, though, and they don't get the takedown. Split Earth onto the Mars, but the Tornado trying to disengage Valky, but Kotaro. He's there with the Swift Slash, that Aghanim's upgrade. Quickly dispatched with the Mars, while Jupiter on the run. Mini thinking about what to do next.
This should get rewarded, this anti-Tinker ward. Juggernaut, pretty much a different game for Kotaro compared to the previous one. What did he end the game with? 20, 0, and 3? This time around, 1, 4, and 2. I mean, he needed to recover going for full Mjolnir, which I think is fine, especially with the Swift Slash now that it's online. I like to call that O-Mini Slash, so if he uses it on Mini, I don't know what's that gonna be. Double O-Mini Slash?
Double O-Mini Slash. It's gonna be very small. Mini walking back into them. How do they pop the Lincolns?
He popped it with Fey Grenade before.
Duel on cooldown. And Mini on the run. Leshrak cookied forward. Does the Invoker have a TP? Of course, he's got Boots of Travel, so he could try, but the stuns will land. And he's been held in place here as Mini found in that bottom right-hand corner.
That's big. Like, he also tried to do the same thing on the top lane with the Fey Grenade. I'm not sure why that's still a thing. I think Bullwhip got fixed, so it doesn't, but Fey Grenade, for some reason, it procs the Lincolns.
Nah, it's a bit busted.
You,
Is that the first
A
time
bit
Invoker
busted?
died since he bought back, by the way?
I believe so. Man, I think he died one more time. Because 80 seconds, level 22.
No, it was 100.
Oh, it was
He had
100?
100
Yeah,
seconds, yeah.
that's correct. Yeah, because I was like 80 seconds, 32 minutes in. If he's level 22, that sounds okay. But if it was
Yeah,
100, then yep.
It's
That's
like
the added
106
timer.
seconds. So that point you were making, what, 10 minutes ago about the next time Invoker dies, there's a huge opportunity here for
This
Lava.
is what I love about
This
you,
is
Gary.
it.
You're actually listening to what I'm saying, and this is why you're not improving. This is why you're stuck at your MMR for a very long time.
Because I listened to Lacoste.
Exactly. This guy, my analyst guy who works at Valve events told me that this is good. And you're playing turbo mode and nothing makes sense.
Ah, Turbo and Ability Draft. Those are my games. Hey, Evoker dead for 30 seconds still. Might have to consider buying back if this keeps on going.
Buy back again?
Yeah, buy back again for what? But no, there's living armor. There's a creep wave arriving now, but a little too slow for Lava to keep that push chugging forward. But it feels like the game has become much more even. Like, laning stage was dominant from the Kings. And now they've allowed Lava to come back into it little by little. Next Roshan. He's alive now, but that's going to be a huge fight, isn't it?
Yeah, this is Shard plus Aegis. Juggernaut already has a Shard. Legion has a Shard. If Lava gets it, you give it to Leshrac, or you can give it to Io. I assume Leshrac, because the fights are going to be, like, longer, and you want that to keep going, that stun.
Yeah, he's
Snapfire
got
also
BKB
has
now.
it. On the Radiant side, I mean, you can give it to Medusa, but they don't have like abilities to actually use on Medusa, so it feels kind of useless. I think just give it to Invoker so that you have 3 meteors.
Yeah, the big triple. Bloodstone on the Lash. Incredibly tanky now with Shiver's Guard, BKB of course. And Roshan scanned by the Dire. But they're under Radiant Vision as the move in. The kisses launch towards the Radiant. Roshan sitting at about 2,000 health. Now attempted by Kataro as the Cataclysm comes in onto Frank and blows him up. Dead in the river while Juggernaut still spinning Roshan down, but Benny snatches the Aegis. Overgrowthing the Jug, Kataro has to Manta to try and run. He Omni slashes in towards them, but they've got
loses
Ghost
vision.
and the defensive moves as Benny just stands his ground and whacks away. A beautiful arrow placed into the back of the Juggernaut. Leave him dead for 80 seconds, and this is really well done by the Kings. Self-fuels will stop the spear landing on Leshrac, but Leo style, he's still down. Benny's too powerful.
This is the game-winning fight for them. You know, getting
Yeah.
a full team wipe, also taking out the Legion commander who did not have buyback. He was 100 gold short, now 50 gold short for that buyback. They have outpost the TP2, but it was a bit too late. You know, I feel the approach was not there. They needed to try to backstab. Like, killing the Treant Protector in that fight would be pretty big. He also did not have buyback in that fight, so couldn't come back. Now Medusa holding on to Aegis. She, in the end, decided to pick up the Shard, which doesn't feel too great, but yeah. Hits level 25, Split Shot uses modifiers. Pretty much you always take that. Alacrity, Solar Crest. In the fight, Medusa just feels super powerful. I don't think they can burst her. They need to play around. They need to reset with the heals. But this game might just be over.
Yeah, it's starting to feel that way. Swift Blink Benny moves on to the barracks. Mid and bottom lane cleared up with ease. Frank scouted out as well. Spam pinged. Look at this! Look at this bottom creep wave, by the way.
It's a huge one, yeah.
Double wave, double catapult. There's like 4 range creeps, but the buildings are already dead, so it's just going to be free money here for the Juggernaut. And only 1 lane remains for Lava. A lot to do to come back into this against a severely overfarmed Medusa. 30,000 net worth to call her own. Backed up by Valky's Mars. Walking under dire vision for a sec. Lava see the Medusa. They see Mini in that top lane as well. It's going to be the Jug onto the Trent, though, that claims that first kill of the fight. Unsettling for the Kings, because he's dead for a minute. That's no overgrowth and no living armor.
Now it's time
they
to
play
strike.
aggressively.
Like, they need to go in. They need to make something happen. Mini Slash available. So is ulti from Jug. Let's see. Ooh, he tried to go for it.
Yeah, now he's being slowed down by that Scotty. They need the cookie back, and that's Mini playing aggressively and hexing Frank's Legion Commander, so stopping any real attempt of aggression, which you wanted. They're continuing to go high ground. No Treant, no cares. Just push tier 3. Bit of a counter push bottom. Gets towards the high ground of the Radiant, but nothing really claimed there by Lava. They're going to TP back. They have to defend. They need to fight this. Omni Slash. Juggernaut's in with his Swift Slash. As Legion does get the pressy attack and move forward, but no dual attempt. The BKB from Benny forces them to retreat.
Connects.
And a Sunstrike there. The Cataclysm lands. Not quite enough. The Healing Ward will top up Kim's Snapfire, but that is now Mega Creeps. Lava, such a difficult spot to be in. Again, play aggressively towards Valky, but that Deafening Blast, pushing it and disarming the Legion Commander, leaves her in an awful spot. Oh, Jupiter surviving, thanks to the Yules on the Juggernaut. Kataro, he's just being juked and kited around. He can't do a damn thing. Benny's too strong. An Omni Slash is a small one. The big one comes now, but I don't know if he can get a single kill. The Yule Scepter will tank it all. Buybacks galore, though, as Legion, Lash, and the Treant all come. Return to the fight. There's Kataro. He gets a kill. Kills off Jupiter, leaping in towards the spin. But Benny still has Aegis for a minute. Back to half mana as Valky forces the Snapfire away. Lava are regrouping around the Slash onto the Medusa. They're focusing Benny here, but another Mystic Snake makes her so tanky. You can't deal with Benny at this point. He's tickling away and chipping through Kataro's HP pool. Leo Star with another Yule Scepter up. They are going to try and bring down Benny at long last, but another Snake. The Medusa
and
is
another
untouchable.
One, cold-blooded.
Just keeps on snaking his mana back from Lava, and a triple kill claimed by Benny leads to the GG call.
Leshrac kind of messed up in the end. Medusa was completely out of mana. He uses Lightning Storm, which does absolutely nothing. It doesn't deal damage to Medusa at this point, and with one Mystic Snake, she goes back to half mana, which gives her more mana to use Mystic Snake, which in the end gives her more mana. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's about like the little things, but at this part of the game, it didn't really matter. This is why Trent Protector and Medusa is a super strong combination. You're just delaying the game. Their late game is also very powerful. There was some really nice moves from Lava where they went in and sneak in the Roche. Kind of delayed the game for a while, but in the end, considering how much they managed to do in the first 5 to 10 minutes, is pretty impressive. This is what I like to see from the teams. They lose the game 1, and they also manage to make all the right adjustments to actually play for the game 2 and win it.
Yeah, really well done, and silencing some of the haters. I mean, I'm included in that. Not really trusting the mid-game decision-making from the King of Kings, as we've seen time and time again. But this game, they definitely pulled it out around that Medusa. And you made me realize that the Ouroboros, the recursive snake, the snake eating the snake, he's eating his own tail. That's what Medusa is. She throws a snake so she can snake, just keeps it going over and over again. But game 2 leads us to a draw, a tied series so far. One more game remaining, of course. We'll head back to the panel to see what they think could come in game 3.
Thank you, Gareth. I've always pronounced it Ouroboros, but maybe I'm wildly wrong. A cold-blooded performance there by Benny's Medusa. Bowie, what did you make of that game 2?
I mean, I am pleasantly surprised. I'm pleasantly surprised that they were able to actually take that game. I still feel like some of their decisions were not great, crisp, right? That buyback from Mini, not sure using Sunstrike there was super valuable. But overall, I think we're going to see Invoker banned. That's what I take away from that game. He's just so good that he destroyed the Leshrac. I think that Invoker Mirana combination was way too strong, and maybe if they take the Invoker out of that equation, we could see the super dominant Lava we saw from game one.
It felt like a lanes game. Do you agree with me, Kips? That they won the lanes and they won the game. This series so far has been lanes game. Would you agree with that very succinct and terrible analysis?
Sure. I do think that Lava made a good attempt at the comeback here in giving a lot of farming priority to their Lesh in the mid game, really using that Juggernaut over on the side lanes, risking him a bit more. He has the spin to get out, of course, and hoping to get with that overwhelming magic damage of the Leshrac, a proper team fight into the Medusa. And that goes pretty well up until she buys a BKB, and then the game is over, unfortunately.
Do you think we misjudged the draft a bit there, Bowie? Because we felt that it was a stronger draft this time by Lava than... Was it a draft
I think,
thing?
obviously the draft was stronger. I still, don't really like this Juggernaut hero that much. I feel like there's way better heroes overall. I understand what they were doing with the Healing Ward IO there, but I still feel like in terms of just objective taken and team fighting, a hero like Deuce is just so easier to execute. You could see how easy it was for Benny to just right-click and win the game. So I'm surprised they even banned Drow in the third phase instead of the Deuce. I think it's an overall just simple hero. Even if you get destroyed in the laning stage, recovers pretty quickly. And they really did well with the stacks on the side of King of Kings this time. The Mirana was just sleeping, getting double stacks all the time, and I think that really allowed Benny to become that beast again.
What does he do so well on the Invoker? Because you mentioned there that it was something you expected to get banned. What makes him... Because we don't see a huge amount of Invoker coming off from other teams. What's so special about his?
I mean, it just gets banned a lot in the second phase, and a lot of teams are not that confident in picking the first phase like they were able to do here. I really felt like they didn't expect the Invoker to destroy Leshrac. Honestly, it's a really good Invoker lane. Leshrac has terrible cast points, and when they're in 1v1, Invoker, the Cold Snap, whatever he throws is just super strong. Even though Leshrac is a fast hero, I also feel like they didn't really focus that much into helping the Leshrac middle, which allowed this Mirana Treant. You could see the Treant was actually middle getting first blood on the Leshrac whilst the Dusa died. So they prioritized that mid lane a lot, even to the detriment of Benny, but at the end of the day it was good enough.
I believe we're rocketing on to another draft very quickly, so we're not going to be taking a break. So Kips, why don't you talk to me a little bit about what you want to see Lava do differently in the game 3? Is it a draft thing that you'd like to see them do differently?
I'm going to agree with Bowie here that I think the Invoker needs to get out. I also think that the Juggernaut should get swapped out for something. The fact that you got away with it in the first game in such a stylish way is not a guarantee that it's going to happen again. And I also think that they looked better with a little bit more of an active, you could say, killing draft in the first game than the little bit more pressure-based draft in the second. The LC looked a little bit too conditional. So yeah, a lot of it came down on that Lesh. And if you do not get the same kind of lane as you did in game 1, then you're not going to be able to get that comeback. So a bit more team fight, a bit more brawl, please.
So you feel like the strong part of Apu King's draft was the Medusa? Is that what you would ban if you were Lava Kids?
Not necessarily. Like only if you get really caught off guard by having to suddenly play tempo against lanes that are already feeling wonky. The Treant Protector did a lot in that bot lane as well. I don't think they quite expected to get clobbered that hard. So I'd like to see both of these teams play tempo here instead of hoping for the better late game pick.
So what sort of things are tempo picks for you there, Kips? What sort of stuff are you looking for them to pick up to allow that?
Something that's had a lot of success recently in the Americas especially is the Razor. I'd love to see that coming out, a big team fight center. Other options is return to that Tide snap lane, see if that can do something for you. I think both of those were, well, the snap was in there, but the Tide was a notable absence in this game thanks to the first phase ban. Maybe one of them should be looking to pick that up.
You mentioned the stakes still, Bowie, for King of Kings. Were they more stable there? Is this a momentum they can carry on? Because that was their first victory in the DPC. Obviously, their first game was against Beast Coast, which is a tough series to play. Are they beginning to stabilize as a team here, or do you still need to see more to be convinced of that?
I mean, I'm already like honestly, I guess maybe I was kind of rough on them. I'm super convinced because it's so nice to see a team coming from Division Two, now to Division One, playing pretty decent games against Beast Coast. We even talked about how they should have probably won one of those games, and that's even with their offlaner being swapped by a proven player. So we could even add some communication problems down the line. I feel like they already convinced me, but like the question is, are they the upper echelon of Division One, or are they still like a pretty good SA team, but not really able to take the second game? I think probably this last game is gonna tell that story.
It's interesting talking about those upper echelons because I think this time of the DPC is quite an interesting time because it's when we're beginning to see if the favourites are the favourites, because people make a lot of predictions kind of before this first week starts, and now we're kind of in a position where maybe we're beginning to find out who are the big teams. So far in this South American DPC, just to round it up a little bit, is stuff turning out like you expected, or has there been any major surprises?
I mean, there's still not that many games. I think one thing that surprised me a lot, and that's a game Kips casted yesterday, was our way being defeated by Borax. I really feel like, especially after defeating Borax to in the qualifiers, that they thought they were the best teams in that entire Division 2. Also, they got 3-0 by Noping in the Fallen Cup that happened recently. So I don't know. I think that is probably a bigger blow to them, to their confidence than mine. I had my doubts about that team. So that's probably the biggest one so far.
How about you, Kips?
Yeah, that was definitely a huge upset. Like I'm just looking it up again. Maybe even to make sure that it really happened, right? Because that was a very hard fought game. And in the end, I think a lot of it came down to, for example, safe lane SF picks that were really quite rough for our way. They got a win with that in game 2, but game 3 looked very fragile. I was wondering if we were going to see that pick again today, and I guess I'm kind of happy that it hasn't. Are there any SF carry defenders in this panel?
I definitely think it can be good. I did see, I think it was Alliance versus, I think it was happening alongside the gamer casting Kips. It was Alliance versus
Secret.
Secret,
yeah, and they did play carry SF Secret and they won. And it's kind of similar to Dusa. It's similar to Luna in the sense that you get these ages and these here just melt structures. But to get there, it feels like sometimes a hero like Dusa is just better, right? The OT of Dusa is so strong. She has other qualities of being harder to be taken away, to be taken down. Shadow Fiend isn't as easy to play, I think. But I don't want to say it's bad. It's definitely hard to execute. I would say.
Yeah.
Running that, you have to be super, super confident.
When would you pick one over the other? So what, Kips, if you're loving this SF so much, what sort of, because
no,
she's not loving. She's not loving it.
Let's see. I think in general you should have a lane that is pretty low contested, because if you get 2 heroes that can both pressure the SF, he's going to die usually on level 3, especially because you don't take raises in this lane. You just take your Necromastery and you take your Presence of the Dark Lord just to trade, and you get very vulnerable to kills. And after that, you have to recover, and then unlike a Dusa, like you can't ult and run away. You also don't have a defense mechanism. So I think this combination of having a laning stage that could end very badly for you, and then also being very gankable, like an SF that's on the side lane pressuring because he was the mid hero, right? That's a lot harder to run at, and he'll have supports with him instead of somebody who's just farming triangle. And I've seen these SFs die in triangle over and over again. So good lane, and then a lineup that can really put the thumb screws on the enemy lineup as well to make sure that you don't get caught out there.
It'd be interesting to think. Go ahead, Bo.
Go on. Yeah, I feel like the Shadow Fiends is just like good last pick hero that you can that like if you do last pick in an off lane that's not strong enough, as Kip said, like that you don't really feel threatened, it is good. But if you don't get those things, like a lot of times, yeah, sure, it's kind of like a flex pick with similar to TA. I feel like carry TA is just much
Yeah.
more reliable, like not only as a mid hero but also as a carry. So it's a really weird thing that maybe we'll understand more as this patch drags along. I'm not super confident on it too. I think it worked sometimes. You know, I don't know. Techies worked sometimes.
Are there any more South American style picks that you've not yet seen that you'd like to see kind of come out? Because South America's always had a bit of a not a unique meta because everyone follows from everyone, but a slightly unusual one. Well, what could we be seeing?
I think one thing that I actually miss a lot, and maybe if we see more Beast Coast games, we that might come back, is the mid Snapfire. We're seeing so much Snapfire. Could be 4, could be 5, but the core Snapfire definitely doesn't seem to be as popular. I guess with the Eggs nerf, it doesn't really look that good. But now that the Shard is so good, I would like to see maybe an off lane Snapfire, maybe a mid one. I think it's really fun. And it's like it scales so well. You just see all of those right click talents. It's incredible.
Anything from you, Kips?
I have seen, but maybe this is just a 40R thing. But I want to see this mid Earth Shaker that I've been casting in the Wolf Team games. I want to see more of that because Shaker does very well against all of these spirit lanes. We have a lot of spirit heroes being picked mid right now, and Earthshaker mid is just such a joy to watch.
Sure, Dark Mago is spamming that in his pub, so it is legitimately something we could see in Thunder Predator versus Hokori in the next BO3.
It's an interesting one. From what you know of the Lava Squad, so the current Lava Squad, this team have been together for so long. And I want to think about how they've kind of developed a little bit because they've all been young players. I remember meeting them at the summit, 2019, 2020. When was the summit? So long ago. And they were young guys, and that was their first kind of big LAN. Do you think they've really changed as a team over the past year? Or have you noticed kind of big developments in them, Bowie?
I mean, I think they grew a lot, right? Because when like Brazil in the whole scheme of South America is really small. And it really felt like a lot of players that try to somehow make it into the scene by tagging along these old guard players like HFN, Tavo, King RD. They never really grew that much. Maybe because whenever one of those teams failed, these new guys would be the scapegoats for why things didn't really work that well. And instead, they just built this team. And like, they were memed for a long time. Like actually when they were the old Incubus, they had their slot taken away. Like they were kicked from the team because that was actually a meme. They didn't have any 8K plus players.
Oh wow.
And when they started again with another stack being Binomistas, they beat the new Incubus and they like all chatted the whole time like 8K, 8,000 and stuff like that. So these guys grinded a lot, all right? They were memed. There were definitely a lot of people that didn't believe in them being good. And they, like, obviously they had a couple of player changes. But overall, I think at least the Tricore, Mini plus Jupiter plus Nuages, they've been for a long, long time. Even Benny. And, I mean, here they are. So I'm very proud to see those guys, grinding so much because it's a super tough environment, right? Dota, and especially SA Dota.
It is a tough environment. These teams must know each other pretty well by this point. These players have been playing in the same environment for a huge amount of time. Is there a degree to the fact that SA as a region is somewhat more insular, that these teams are going to be able to predict and understand what they're going to do better than other regions? Would you agree with that, Bowie?
Can you repeat the question?
I guess the question is more that we've got the draft starting now, so we can deal with this one quite quickly. But do these teams expect particular things from each other? Do they understand the teams, their fellow teams, better than in other regions, perhaps?
That's a really hard question to make answer. Comparing to other regions, I I really can't say. Maybe because South America isn't as big as maybe EU, CIS, and that's like kind of two regions that play a lot against each other, anyways. So maybe in that regard, it's true. But I would say that NA is probably even smaller than SA right now. So maybe there people know more about each other than even SA.
Yes,
I'm not
fair
sure.
enough.
Yeah.
We
I wonder
have
if the bans are gonna be the same here, right? Because it was Weaver and it was did he
Magnus
change
they
the
banned.
Disruptor? It was Batrider, right? For Lava, I think.
I think
Yeah, it was
King of
about-
Kings have banned Weaver Magnus every game, though, haven't they?
Yes. And the Mars. All right.
First
What's
pick
the
Mars.
counter here?
Would you want to see that in the mid lane again? I assume they're quite flexible with it. Both the off lane and the mid lane are both play it on Lava.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't think you really mind what. Like, it's such a good hero. You don't really care where he goes. It could even be a 5. Oh, and they don't ban Invoker. Okay.
They get their favored.
I know
and
Kips disagrees, but I don't know. I think that Invoker always looks pretty good.
I mean, he did look pretty good in that game. That's why I was so disappointed with his item choices.
I want to talk about that tree, Kips, because you mentioned the Trient to me before we even started broadcasting today as a big hero for King of Kings. What do you think they do particularly well with it?
What I like is that they find a way to use this treant even if they're not exactly just staunchly holding towers like you see from this treant normally. They're not slowing down the game because of this treant all too much. And sometimes you see these trees that are completely lost because, oh no, my safe lane tower fell. What am I supposed to do now? And these guys find a way to stay active with it, and I really enjoy that in their play.
Fair enough. And Puck picked up there on Lava. We're not seeing that yet. Is that a Mars? Because obviously it probably precludes the Mars going to offlane, but does it combo particularly well with the Mars? Is that a 1-2 duo you see quite a lot, Bowie?
I don't think it's really about. I mean, it's decent with Mars. I think it's more about being the Invoker counter. It's a much better matchup versus Invoker than Lashes. You can, dodge a lot of damage with Phase Shift. The silence really destroys Invoker. Yeah, it's the polar opposite. 0 cast points in pretty much every spell. So you don't really care about Code Snap nearly as much. And I think the most important part is that they actually took that Mirana away. I think this Invoker Treant really got enabled by the fact that Mirana synergizes well. So that is definitely a pretty worst draft so far from King of Kings, because I don't think there's going to be a hero that rotates as much as Mirana does, stack as much as Mirana does, and at the same time can enable kills. So we'll see what they choose to replace that hero.
Do you need something Mirana shaped, or can they go in a different direction? I mean, not like literally someone on a mount, but something that does a similar thing to Mirana.
When you said that, I thought Wind Ranger, because these two have often been regarded as interchangeable, right? It sort of does the same stuff.
It is it is sort of similar, for sure. The stun part though is really like, there's nothing that it's gonna stun for 5 seconds like an arrow. Like Shackle, you rely on trees. I guess you do have Treant. Maybe if they change Treant so that Shackle works when he's behind the target, that
Be a
could be
niche interaction. They are going to ban out that Medusa, which scared of coming up against.
I like that. I think this is a really good. It feels like Apple Kings want to do the same thing that they did, but Lava they're doing decent measures to make it very hard to do the same thing.
Yeah. Normally, if you have a Mars, I wouldn't be like, oh man, ban the Medusa, because you can redirect so much of her split shot towards yourself. But this is going to be, once again, a really buff Medusa with Alacrity on her, with the living armor on her. And after what they just had to do with last game, you know what? Let's just not.
Is that line for the Puck, the instant disable, or is there another purpose for it?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much a really good Puck response. Overall, Mars also has some decent cast points, so even if he blinks, he can sometimes get that Hex before he Arena Spears. It's good. I think it's an overall it's a staple here of Dispatch.
And it fits really well as a preventative versus possible illusion carries coming out, right?
Mm-hmm. True.
They're
Maybe
going to
go
take
IO
that
again.
IO for the third game in a row. So, love that pick. What sort
Yeah.
of stuff are you looking to combo with this IO, Bowie?
I mean, they played that Juggernaut so much. I guess they might just go Jug again. I am still very confused why Lava, likes that Juggernaut, that much. It's not a terrible Jug game, having that spin against the Overgrowth's nice, having the spin against Cold Snap. You don't really care about Meteor. Considering how much they favor that hero, they might just go for it again.
Do you still worry against the tree? Because we spoke about that Manta last time, not necessarily being always an ideal pickup, and you have to pick it up against the tree. To me, it seems like it's not a great matchup against the tree, the Jug.
Mm-hmm. But they did pick Jug after the tree at that time too, so I don't
Yeah.
think, considering their decision making so far, I guess it would still make sense for them to pick it up. I'm not that keen on it, but they just feel very comfortable playing around this Kotaro Jug.
Gonna go for the Winter
Oh wait. Okay, so this is gonna be a Wyvern 5 or a Wyvern 4?
I
Who normally
5,
plays
I
the
guess.
Huh. Okay.
IO? Is that unusual? Because I normally see Wyvern on a 5.
I think they're predicting some sort of hero here that I guess because of the Mars and keeps talking about the arena being something you dislike having if you're a range hero. Maybe they're considering some Sven sort of style of a hero. And this Wyvern is there to dissuade some picks.
Yeah, it
So
feels very much like an anticipation, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It could also be normally you'd see it versus either really big burst right clickers like Sven or PA, or you're going to see it versus some form of a zoo. I wonder if they were thinking about a Beastmaster, for example, who combos very well with these big right clickers because, of course, his auras.
Yeah, and that's very similar to the draft they ran, right? The Beastmaster Invoker, but they go Night Stalker instead.
So
I like
that's
this. It's amazing versus Puck, amazing versus IO, amazing versus Wyvern. It can be punished in lane though, so I wonder if they're just gonna. I think it's a really good idea to take the Juggernaut this time if you're King of Kings, because it is definitely a hero that can be run down by the Jug with IO.
You
Or
don't
even
want to go
Wyvern.
Absolutely.
greedy. You're not thinking of a greedy carry here if you're Lava. Would you agree?
Actually, I think you want a greedy carry because all of the other heroes here have mid-game power spikes, right? You have no stuns on this Wyvern, no stuns on the IO. Puck and Mars are going to be fighting all the time. I would like to see something greedish, maybe. I guess even, Luna seems fine. It's a Manta hero. It's a group with your team hero. You have this arena to defend yourself.
I like it actually. Luna IO is also exactly the kind of thing that can punish a Night Stalker with all of the Lucent Beam spam.
The night vision, right? You're going to be able to actually see the same thing as the Night Stalker.
They're
Wonder if
banning that
Slark-
PL again.
Lots of illusion heroes being banned here, both the Naga and the PL.
The Naga, is that just for the Invoker combo? Is that the reason that gets banned?
I think
Certainly one of them. They could also be thinking about a Terrorblade, for example, on Lava, in which case you'd like the Naga to be out of the picture.
for sure. And I also feel like because Lava has very little siege, if they were to give Naga away to Apu, I think they would be able to free farm for a long time. You'll have Trian on top of it, right? So you have this literally 0 siege damage on the side of Lava. Giving Naga away is a recipe for a 50-minute game, which you usually want to avoid if you're playing against a Naga.
Yes, most certainly. Final bans coming out here from King of Kings. What do you think Lava are looking to pick up, Bowie? What would be your snap prediction if you had to make one?
For Lava, Juggernaut.
Juggernaut. They're going to go. They'll pick the IO 2 times. They're going to pick the Juggernaut. They'll pick the IO 3 times. They're going to get the Juggernaut 3 as well. Kips, anything wilder coming out from your locker?
I already said the TV. I also think the Luna is a pretty decent pick here. And I think we're going to see either of those two banned out here right now by Apu.
I think
Juggernaut.
it's
Taking their
way
sweet time.
more correct than I am. I was just memeing.
And how about King of Kings? What rounds out? Because we've got 2 teams looking for a carry here. What rounds out King of Kings' draft for you, Bowie?
I mean, their pick is. I don't think their pick is. You cannot really predict their pick right now because since they have overall last pick, they will adapt to whatever lava. Like that's the advantage of being where they are. But there's definitely a lot of picks. You know, anything that's chaos. Oh, there you go, the Terrorblade from Kips. So I think Juggernaut might be coming. Anything
What a
that's
meme.
chaos, well, Evoker, a Luna wouldn't be bad. Oh,
It's
they go
the
Razor.
Oh,
It's the
I
NA
I
Razor.
requested this specifically.
What do you think it does well, Kips, then, if you're so interested in it?
Mid-game brawling, early BKB buyer, and you get to become absolutely unfightable by the point you reach that that BKB refresher stage. And there's no damage right now on Apu King of Kings to do anything about you when you reach that point. You need burst physical against that Razor, or just a really long drawn out team fight. And right now all they have in the tank really is to kite him. So this is this is looking pretty good.
And
The
you've
lane's
got
gonna
5
be-
seconds to predict King of Kings, Bowie.
Oh god.
Bloodseeker. Nothing. We
Interesting.
predicted this. How do you feel about that as a last pick?
I mean, it's. I think I think King of Kings. I initially would probably like this sort of greedy, Luna Terrorblade sort of hero. When you see this Razor, it's clear how much of a mid-game emphasis Lava is gonna go for. So I think the Bloodseeker is a good adaptation because since you already have all of that Invoker buffs coming to the Bloodseeker, you don't really need to go that greedy. You just want to survive the mid-game. So I think that's fine. I think it's funny that Lava is like, we're done playing this 50-minute games. We just want to outplay these guys in lane. Just pick Razor and let's go. So this is going to be a really good showing, of who's actually the best, I guess, skill team in lanes at least. So I want to see what happens. I think it's probably a slight advantage to Lava, but I don't think King of Kings draft is bad.
Kips, do you think it all comes down to the lanes?
It does, and this is kind of the game that I requested, right? This is the mid-game brawl. This is what I wanted to see. I'm a bit worried for this Bloodseeker. He wants to be running around, and he's going to most likely have to do some of that in a Mars arena, but they're certainly meeting them on the same timing ground, so bring it on.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, King of Kings are out for blood in this game 3, or will Lava be razor sharp? We're going to hand over to our casters, Lacoste and Gary.
Thank you so much, Jan. It's a game that we love as casters as well. The early laning stage brawling, the mid-game brawling, no real greed or late-game carries coming into this one. Lacoste, game 3, ready and raring to go. Are you leaning one way or the other after seeing the first couple of games?
I gotta be honest, Gary, I'm not really convinced by both last picks. Razor's fine. Like, Razor has been, I think I've been most impressed by Razor as a hero. I just don't think in this situation, like, Razor sounded good. Once again, you're
Okay.
playing into Trent, so that means that you need to have some kind of tower damage if you want to win the game. Io plus Wyvern, Mars, Puck. These heroes, they don't deal tower damage. Like, Razor relies on getting the static link. I mean, this duration is not strong. It's not long. It's 18 seconds, which means that you can't get the kills and transition that into tower. So I'm really worried about Lava's lineup to close out the game. You're playing into Trent, you're playing into Invoker, Bloodseeker. Imagine sieging the high ground while they have heroes in the base, using the Blood Right, EMP, Tornado, Trent Protector is there to use the heal on tower. I'm really worried.
Yeah, definitely challenges for them there. A lot of these challenges they're going to have to try and fix before they get to the mid game, right? It's going to be laning phase dominance. Invoker against Puck. We'll probably see Leo style come out ahead there, and it's going to come down to those early game shifts into the side lanes. And they did already spot this Dire Observer ward. They pinged the Puck. They know Leo style did something. We'll find out if they actually come and sentry that Observer ward, because currently I don't believe anybody is holding one. And again, double wards in towards mid. Not in the same place this time, but watching both runes and trying to give Mini as easy a lane as they possibly can. At least try and make it a little bit less difficult.
I don't think, like, if you rotate Wyvern or if you rotate Io, it's really not strong compared to some other position 4s or 5s. They don't have any kind of stuns. Wyvern has a slow. It's a sluggish hero, 285 movement speed. I think it's just more about the rune control. See what's happening in the jungle. Try to invade jungle if they have any stacks. Razor's pretty good at clearing the stacks, but we'll see. It's a very nice Night Stalker game. That's for sure. They have nothing. He kind of ruins both supports and Puck to one extent. I've seen this build before. Night Stalker, I think it was Centaur. I believe it was EG who was playing it, or was it someone else? I watched too much Dota in the last week. Like double gauntlets and double circlets. It was Centaur plus Bane. Bane started with the Nightmare, and I believe they got the first blood off of that. Nightmare into stun. Heavy right-click damage. Right now,
a lot of stats.
They're keeping 3 people at the top.
So they did this against Beast Coast in both games, and if memory serves me correctly, they got first blood because of it in both games against BC. Trent, Lion, Night Stalker, they've got a ton of slows, decent amount of control. If they're able to get onto one of these, Razor or Wyvern, they could find themselves in a good spot. We need to get the Puck back into the game, though. And then that leaves Benny in a 1v2 against Mars and the Io, right?
They want first blood, I think, and then someone needs to help out Bloodseeker, because Bloodseeker is your win condition here. You are going to rely on him. They don't have too many stuns. I was expecting something different. I believe Phantom Assassin was not banned out to be able to break the link, also jump the backlines, 2 supports. I think it would be a pretty good pick. Maybe thinking was, I will use Rupture on Razor, who's getting the static link, and we're going to get a bit more AoE control with the Blood, right? Katara is pretty dead.
Yeah, he is absolutely dead. No Arges. Well, I want to take that first blood. Try lane early on, paying off, and then, of course, Trent will look to head down bottom.
Or
but
will he?
Might stay. See, this is the thing. They did it against Beast Coast, where they stuck around and they got like 2 kills in a row.
His game's just done. This is something that they've showed in game number 2. They know how to ruin a certain lane, and they did exactly that to Leo style on the mid lane. Right now, Bloodseeker, he has 6 starting armor plus 3 when he's near the tower, so that's 9. Very hard to harass him. Oh, they're going
diving
on him.
They're on the Razor. Nature's Grasp and that stun from Lion connecting on Kataro. He's trying to drain damage away from Valky. He pops the Fairy Fire and he's surviving.
Brilliant. One more hit.
Punch. Can he get in there? He can. They kill off the Razor twice. He's spent his TP, so it's a long walk back here, and Katnu might actually be dying as well. Big kills coming out from the Alpu Kings up top. They lose their Lion, and Katnu survives, now salving back up. He gets both of them, and he's going to go for a third one. Valky is limping back through the jungle and TPing to his tier 1. Lane ruined, then lane recovered.
This is dream for a support, like, sorry bro that you died twice in a row. I got level 3.5, which is great. I know I'm set up for a really good game. Get some more CS here. That didn't get the last hit, and now Twin Protector can TP bottom, help Benny, who is also level 3. There's going to be a lot of, I want Trent to get the Leech Seed on level 2, and he gets it immediately. There will be a lot of healing coming out from the Thirst, coming out from Leech Seed, so they can start to play aggressive. Problem is, Mars got a lot of CS, because he was kind of left alone, sitting at 9 right now.
Yeah, getting a great start. And we saw mid lane a second ago, Leo style, laying it onto that Invoker, getting some good damage in. A nice deny there. Coming out of Benny. But the lane will still trend towards that dire side. So Frank and Kim in a good spot to try and hold this wave. And Mars Io, you can't underestimate how much damage they can do. Overcharge on a Mars who punches pretty heavily.
Also Mars' choice to go for Blightstone, not what you usually see on Mars players, but understanding that they will be putting a lot of right-click damage, and Bloodseeker's starting armor is insanely high, so he gets a bit more from that, which is okay. How's mid doing? 14 on Invoker, 10 on Puck, Invoker pretty hard to harass in this one. Just out regions the puck.
And he's out CSing the puck as well. 17-5 from Mini. Going for his double null build. And you were mentioning that earlier on, we don't really see these items get finished up, right? We see the circlets or the mantles or the slippers just get kept as their initial items. But Mini does love to pick up these. I think he even went triple circlet in a game as Invoker. He went double null plus earn, phase shift to dodge the tornado and jaunt back to the lane. So Leo style dodges away from the Treant, but he's been closed in on by a Lion now. Nuages
Lion
and
has
Jupiter.
boots. This is dead puck.
Yeah, closing on Leo style. Hex up. Don't know if they needed to stun him, but they will anyway, as Valky dies to the Razor because the Lion transitioned into mid.
I would prefer if Night Stalker gets like boots. I think he was actually using the career. Let me see. Let me try to find it. Yeah, there was boots of speed, but also Sage Mask. So that means that he didn't use the career immediately. His career was alive. So big mistake there. Waiting for Sage Mask, which is expensive. You know, it's 175, so you need to kill 4 creeps to get it. Boots of speed. My point is boots of speed would save you there.
Yeah, gets you away from the link for sure. Kataro linking that Night Stalker again. Dodges away from the attempt over Jupiter and Valky to try and kill the Razor, but with that stun landing and another void coming up in a couple of seconds, oh, they just turn around and slay the Lion. Nighttime is here, and this is where Valky wants to play aggressively, so the Treant, grasping and slowing down both the Razor and the Wyvern, should be able to gather up a couple of kills for Valky, and that Cold Embrace will only delay the inevitable. And XD dropped out there by Kataro as well. He's not too happy about dying. A killing spree handed over as a double kill gets grabbed by the Treant.
Does that happen in South America? Do they love to
The old chat? Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bowie was regaling us with a story of the Bina Misters, right? Where I didn't have 8k players, swapped out for another team of Benny, Blood Rights, 10 stick charges to play with, and a good stun from Lion, catching Frank. IO doesn't have any wand. Mars is still okay for now, though.
Benny a bit too low to play aggressively there. This is just a zoning tool. Needs to heal up. Has one tango to work with. Has Fairy Fire and a stick. Bloodseeker very hard to just out-harass him in the lane. Treant Protector right now playing top.
Yeah, gets on top of Cat U for a second. Not too much he can do without the Night Stalker, but Valky very speedily gets across to the Wyvern. We're trapped inside the trees. Oh, Cat U flapping over. Does get away from the Night Stalker, but now Razor wants a piece of the action. Drains a bit of damage from the tree. Valky still going for it, even with that Splinter Blast tagging him, and Kataro Cold Embrace and 6 stick charges, while Kim dies down bottom, but Razor's the one in real big trouble. Night Stalker and Treant are leashed up by the Dream Coil. And Leo Style, very low on mana, doesn't have any more spells to give here. No Orb, no Waning Rift. Splinter Blast won't land on him, so Valky tanky enough to withstand the onslaught.
Maybe if that Splinter's Blast connect, if Puck has another spell or two, Night Stalker also dies. But Kataro, he died 4 times in 7 minutes. Look at Wyvern's levels. He's about to be level 6. One CS. Let me see. Okay. This might be one of the fastest level 6 I've seen so far in the DPC on position 5.
Oh yeah. Without a shadow of a doubt. He very quickly got himself to his ulti. Frank. And the dive under tier 1 bottom. Should lead to another kill. Benny's the one to take it. 9-5. A King of Kings looking very strong across all 3 lanes. And they're getting kills and they're pressuring. I mean, net worth lead isn't really increasing too much. Looking at the CS board, and Benny and Valky struggling a little bit, but you've definitely gotten under the skin of Lava. You've pissed off Kataro, you're hunting Cat U's Wyvern non-stop, bringing numbers in towards mid. Nothing that Leo Style can do to stop them from playing so aggressively. Does
King of Kings supports are very active. Second and third game, they've just been all over the place. And it's nighttime, so that means for another minute and a half, Kataro needs to be very careful. Night Stalker,
Oh,
pops the ulti.
hello. Oh, do they want to keep going for this?
Oh, of course
Mini's
they do.
here with the cold snap urn. Nice little stun comes in as well. Kataro low, but Puck's rotation catches Lion. Kataro pops his wand. He's got just enough to slip away. So Jupiter, the one to die.
Night Stalker needed a bit more mana there. Bring in like a stick. Stick helps quite a lot. Casual Sage Mask is also fine, but you need to bring like clarity. Keep that career going back and forth. That's what he's good for.
Benny dancing around some trees with Frank finally gets the vision to rupture him. There's an arena and a spear, but he misses the spear. Now won't even consider throwing the arena down. Mini getting back into the action. Even killing off the courier thanks to Trent.
A lot of action happening. 17 kills, 9 minutes. At least Kataro didn't die that one extra time. I see Gloves of Haste on Razor. Is he thinking about it?
Oh, yeah.
Is he thinking about getting Hand of Midas and recovering in the jungle?
I think he might be. Valky still trying to get the most out of this nighttime. Leo style very low, and they got the vision to cold snap him. Phase shift and an orb. Not going to get you away from that. The grasps of Night Stalker reaching out and taking him down.
This time around, Mini going for kind of a standard Invoker Quasvex early build, where he didn't get as good start as he did in the previous game. So Spirit Vessel against Io, against Wyvern, gonna be super effective.
Yeah, absolutely is. And now that he's started moving around the map, it gives time and space for Lion to get a little closer to the Blink Dagger. Arena. Frank aims in towards Nuages, but the Treant just throws the overgrowth in, and Benny's allowed to sprint towards the Frank Mars, who dies even through the cold embrace. So Kim needs to be saved by the Winter Wyvern's curse, but the Io can we tether away? There's the Urn Charge and the Bloodright coming. Dodge off to the right-hand side, but Benny's so speedy. He just launches himself towards these easy targets.
King
Kill
of Kings.
after kill for the Kings.
Bringing numbers every single time there is a rotation from Lava. They are ready. And look at the CS chart once again. We're probably looking at the net worth, but if you go back to CS, the highest CS is Razor. The second one highest is like 48, which is for 11 minutes very low.
Yeah, that's ridiculously low. I mean, what's the Razor net worth? 4,200 still, even with the 4 deaths for Kataro. Hand of Midas is queued up after the Falcon Blade. Mini chasing Cat Yu away. No, I just can't.
A finger is
Get too
available.
close. There, they got the chain disables. What? We've got a Waning Rift and a phase shift, Leo style, back into the trees, but finger blasted by that Lion. Destroyed. And it's just numbers, right? They just bring 3, 4 heroes everywhere you look. The Radiant have everybody ready to fight.
Lava does not have tower damage, as we already discussed, but this time around they're bringing numbers to the bottom lane. Treant still doesn't have a point in living armor, but they still might be able to defend this tier 1 tower.
Oh, they got the Wyvern again. Oh, Cat Yu trapped in the Nature's Grasp. It's just 2 supports pairing up now. The Lion and the Tree, and I've got enough damage between them. Straight into a TP bottom to try and defend tier 1, but it has already died. Mini with a great Tornado EMP, actually. Clips the Io in the back, burns all of Frank's mana, and Night Stalker's here with a Dark Ascension over the top to silence up Frank. Kataro. Now they're going to keep going on him. He's trying to static link, but he just can't see this Night Stalker. He's going over the trees, he's hiding, he's juking, and now finally they open it up to get onto the Razor, bursting him down. Mini there, unstoppable, as Io will try to tether back to his mates.
Mini has been really impressive second and third game with Invoker. You said that's his signature hero, and I can see why.
Absolutely is. He's been spot on. 6-0-5 everywhere he has been needed. He's made an appearance. Relocate top into the arena, though. Benny completely out in the open. A good pick there for Lava.
I'm not sure that's place to be. Maybe they discussed relocate was used, teammates were lying, and then he starts to play a bit more aggressive on the top. Because with one rotation, like one curse into relocate, he also dies. Like Oil, he's not very, in terms of tankiness, not the greatest at this point. With power spreads on strength, it's okay, but they still have ways of bursting you down, as we could see what happened. Mars almost solo killed him underneath the tower.
Yeah, especially like a fight starts bottom and you feel so speedy and fast. You know, everyone's dropping low, your thirst is kicking in. The fight ends, everyone on the enemy team has died, they respawn, they're all full HP again, and you lose so much of the efficacy of your hero.
Kataro.
Oh, look at this. Yeah, they blink straight onto him. Kataro. Death number 6 incoming. Finger on cooldown, unfortunately, for Jupiter.
It also
another huge
delays,
pick
like
for them.
what Kataro wants to do is farm up, get the Hand of Midas gold going, but they killed him. Blind, he's still not done. Finger available. Is he gonna use it? Yes or no, Gary? Yes.
Yeah, he'll use it. Use it, use it, use it, use it, use it, use it. He's cold embrace. Use it. Go on. Secure the kill. I guess it's a pretty long cooldown, 160 seconds. Maybe he's got in his head that he's just thinking, I will kill Leo style every chance I get. If I see the puck, I am using my finger of death on it. Night Stalker's behind in that top lane on the IO. Focusing straight towards Kim, but also spreading the IO away from Frank. So the finger of death from Jupiter does grab them a kill there, and the IO found by the Night Stalker. Man, it's just this chain reaction of one hero dies on the Dire team, and it just opens them up to relentless aggression. The Radiant just running them down.
And 2 times in a row, Trent Predictor decided to go for Veil of Discord to amplify the magic damage. It's great with Nature's Grasp. It's great with the Invoker. Like Spirit Vessel gets amplified. Lion, everyone early on just relies on dealing the heavy magical damage. Valky, he's level 11, about to be level 12, and has a full Echo Saber. And then you disassemble Echo, go back to BKB. I mean, go get BKB, go back to Echo Saber. Pretty standard stuff. This item is, like, even after the nerfs, still feels super strong, because if you take away the ability to disassemble it, the item is just completely gone.
Yeah.
Same
and
goes for Dragonlance. Like, we've seen so many like Dragonlances into BKB. You go back to Dragonlance if you feel like you don't have enough time. If you are looking into certain timing, always disassemble it.
Such a good mechanic to have. And after his BKB and Echo Saber, do you think like a Blink Dagger is going to be what he goes for here?
Yeah, that's his third item. Most def. He wants to be able to jump the back lines, provide vision for Invoker. Like Bloodseeker gets vision after that with his Thirst. And also Benny, this time around, playing, I mean, it's a different hero compared to Medusa, but also getting a BKB as a second item, which is a safe choice. You're playing into Puck, or you're playing into Arena, so you want to be able to get out of those two abilities.
I think Io might be able to tether away. Yeah. Gets out of that stun from Lion. And what's happening bottom lane? Wyvern throws the Winter's Curse onto the Treant and allows the relocate to come in. So, what, 3 ultimates used up here for a kill on a position 5 Treant.
They
shows
really
the
showed it
desperation
there
that Lava are
boss,
facing.
Huh?
And meanwhile, the Night Stalker's hunting and chasing heroes up top. He sees the IO coming back in, dives under tier 2. Not really too worried about things as an Impale catches the Frank Mars. Valky still able to dance in and out of the fight, while Mini's Invoker, Sunstrike and EMPing to claim Cat News life.
Valky and... I mean, so far in third game, they have been very aggressive, which is kind of a Dota that I like to see. Give him the high five, give him the finger.
The orb, the jaunt, the jump away with a 3-man coil, he still dies.
Maybe there's some
Leo
beef. You said that he wants to use finger on Leo style, was ready to pop it straight away.
Yeah, we can kill you without it. I just think that the point you made about this King of Kings lineup being able to shut down a lane or shut down a player has been incredibly important in game 2 and 3, right? Stop Leo having a game. Stop Katara having one.
They shut down both Leo's, like both cores, pretty much. In the second game, they completely ruined Leo Styles' Leshrac, and this time around, sticking for 2 kills on Kataro, even getting some XDs in the chat. You know, he is triggered. This is something that doesn't happen often, but you remember back in the, I don't know when that was, maybe TI6, TI7 era, Sumail playing Timbersaw, and there was someone who was playing Undying, just sitting mid using decay on it, like he couldn't get close. It's just stuck in my mind for some reason, like one of those things.
Oh man, I mean, back then we used to have like Skyrath Mage sit mid, right? Or Naga Siren would come in. One of those really annoying position 4 heroes just sit mid and spam spells. A big kill there though, you know, bringing Lava Heroes up top, stopping the Night Stalker from having a full night time. When he respawns, it will be day again.
There's the finger and the Sunstrike.
They go straight onto Leo. Sunstrike and finger. I mean, bottom lane, they're trying to hunt this Treant, but they're leaving heroes completely wide out in the open.
Early Blink Dagger pickup by Lion really made a difference in these fights. Because you show up on the lane, Hex is always going to be probably the best enemy against these elusive spirits, against Puck. Big Boy Philly, found by Mars, so that's gonna help out either Io or Wyvern quite a lot to get at least one item online. Io has Holy Locket going into mech next, so that means that there will be some kind of healing. Spirit Vessel will reduce that, but still gonna be something. Mars, pretty farmed. He's sitting at almost the same amount of farm as Invoker, who has Hand of Midas. So Frank doing a very good job, but that also means someone else is not getting the farm. You can guess for yourself.
Well, there's a lot of dire heroes not getting farm. There's poor Razor. Honestly, I'm a little surprised the lead is only 6k. Like 20 minutes in, it's been such a dominant performance from the Kings. 27-9. It's definitely something to be said about this dire squad and getting farm in such a
one of the reasons
a tragic scenario.
Yeah, because they bring numbers. Maybe sometimes they overextend in terms of getting one extra hero to get the kill, but still it gets the job done, which means that Lava Heroes could get farm, relocate top, another good pickup.
Yeah. It's a bit of deja vu. Night Stalker dies twice in pretty quick succession up in that top lane, but it's down to Mini to reclaim some of this as Kataro gets relocated back out by the IO, leaving Frank alone. 4 Radiant heroes come in and surround him. But that means, you know, tier 1 mid dies, bottom lane's being farmed out. This is kind of the point, right? That 6k lead has now dropped down to 5.
Yeah, Puck has been farming, they relocate like back, someone's farming the other part of the map, and that also means, so Razor's getting the Lincolns. That's very interesting. I mean, it's good against initiation from Lion, and it also allows you to give you like that ability to move inside the fight. Razor will be the target for Rupture, no doubt about it. Maybe Mars if there's like a situation for it, but you want to cripple this Razor. You want him to be pretty static, and no puns intended to static link, but you want to, you know, make him stand in the place and just kind of mitigate.
Not
that.
chase.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a pretty big timing, right? You mentioned the BKB on Razor. Now we have Blink on top of Witchblade on Puck. Mars is closing in on BKB, but needs another 800 gold to finish it. But it feels like Lava want to make something happen. They feel reasonably strong comparative to a couple of minutes ago. They've whittled down that lead now to about 4k, and the items reflect that, but it's equally a smoke from the Radiant, moving across the river into the Dire territory, jumping straight towards that Frank Mars, but a coil on the Lion and the Invoker stop them from re-engaging. Spears there onto the Night Stalker is there. Winter's cursed up. Being battered by Nuages and Valky. He pops his BKB as they root up Razor. Kataro saved by the Cold Embrace. Cheeky little veil thrown out there over the arena. Frank, he's come out for blood, and Mini's godlike streak taken from his hands forcibly by Frank. Leo Star with a blink forward again. Catnew dies in the backlines to Valky. Night Stalker still running around and causing chaos, but Leo Star inside the blood right, and he's been stunned and slowed.
They're
back
still
and
not done.
forth.
Blink Dagger is available. Oh, but the daytime, unfortunately, for Apu Kings. Still, they get one big kill for Invoker. How much gold was that? It was 700 for Kotaro. Like, Kotaro needed to stand in place for a really long time. Like, with the overgrowth, with the rupture duration. It's a level 3 rupture, which means 12 seconds, so he could not move around. They used Cold Embrace on top of him, which is a pretty good setup for Invoker spells. We saw a full meter on him.
I mean, overall, a victory for Apu Kings in terms of how much gold and experience went their way. But the fact that, no objective was claimed, no Roshan was taken, Lava probably feel reasonably good at how that all panned out. Also gives a bit of time for that Mars, who I believe has just finished his BKB. So another green light here for them to go.
They know
If
there
they can
is
find
no
someone.
nighttime. There's no Dark Ascension. Nighttime is going to be there in 30 seconds, but they want to still go in, try to get one kill before.
And there's Leo. Straight onto Mini.
Best
They see
target.
him. Dusted up. An Invoker. He's lost his godlike streak and loses his life 2 times in a row. That was Frank's BKB reveal, but they still hold on to it for the Razor.
This
The
is not the
second charge
best
anyway.
lineup. Get Roshan, so they can't really transition this into something. Also respecting the nighttime. A lot of zoning tools, 1 blood right. It doesn't mean they're gonna go inside and just say whatever, but it's buying time until Invoker comes back. Keep repeating it. Night Stalker scouting things out, and he also has Dark Ascension, so the flying movement a bit strong near the Roche pit.
It's like you in the panel said, right? It's all about this mid-game brawling. Who can fight 5v5 the best to try and get that edge? Because neither team can push towers or take objectives or kill Roshan particularly well.
Dire are scanning.
Lava hiding Frank up top. Everybody else on their own side of the river. Now, what's the vision like? Radiant have 1 Tinker Ward far north. Dire with tons of vision spanning from their own jungle down into that bottom Radiant side. Oh, Jupiter. He's found the Mars. Frank stunned up. Meatballed and fingered, but he BKBs and armlet toggles up, spears across, and goes for the TP. Is he going to survive? Oh, the overgrowth. Treant's there, and these armlet toggles are good looking, but won't allow him to survive.
Still gotta respect the Frank decision that he makes. Uses the armlet, uses spear and Treant. BKB tries to TP out, thinking that he might not be able to get there in time to use the overgrowth. Others can't cancel the TP while BKB is active. And now inside the pit.
Alacrity helps with the Blood Rage. Slowly but surely. They started Roshan, but it speeds up quickly. And Lava in no position to get towards the pit. We'll just have to allow this first Aegis to go into the hands of Benny.
Both carries protecting against each other. This is 3rd item Lincoln Sphere on both of them. I do not want to get ruptured. I also don't want to get static link. Leo style, trying to cut the wave.
Yeah. A bit spooky. Overgrowth is on cooldown for another 30 seconds.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is such a... I'd never really thought about Veil on Treant. We used to have... Oh, they've got a catch. I found the Wyvern in the trees.
That's a relocate.
That Tinker Ward, but a relocate Spear Arena takes down the Lion. That's a decent streak. While the call snaps on Night Stalker. The vision comes as Leo Style blinks and Waning Rift through the tree line. They can't finish him off though. Valky is too tanky. The Orb, the Jaunt. We do get Leo Style out of there, but he's jaunted into the middle of 4 more Radiant heroes.
A bit of an overextension there from Puck. They wanted to get Night Stalker.
Tower is under attack.
This is why you disassemble your Echo Saber. Night Stalker would have BKB there. It's much easier. And you don't rely on dealing damage with that double Echo Saber hit. I mean, you are, but if you die, if they use Arena into a Spear, into Puck combo, you're gonna die. So it's much safer to just disassemble it, and then you can always go back for it.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Just have your BKB. With Aegis, Benny thinking about high ground. Frank has no arena. Tries to clear the creep wave. And that should at least stem the flow for a second or two. Yeah, scary situation to be going high ground with everybody respawning on the dire side.
Hard to breach the high ground with the heroes that they got. Bloodseeker, even with the Aegis, doesn't feel too comfortable. Sitting there and hitting a tier 3 tower could get the speared back into, I don't know, static link or... they don't have the best, like, spear is good, but the follow-up is not the greatest.
Yeah, it's like spear into the coil combo, right? Try and snap that if you go high ground.
I don't think they want to commit fully for it, especially with the Aegis.
Valky leading out with Mini and Jupiter just behind. They know someone's there. They pop the Lincolns, Finger of Death, and a Sunstrike comes. They've got combos galore onto Kataro, and he saves. He's got a BKB up. The IO, ooh, with a Cold Embrace, healing Kataro up. Allows the Winter's Curse to hold Valky for a second or two. Mini has to BKB himself now, but they've lost the Night Stalker. It's a bit of a turnaround for Lava, but Katara has been found by Nuages and that Benny Bloodseeker sprinting around so very quickly. A double kill for Benny as that Mars Arena looked to split the fight, but Leo style, oh, he's been left completely alone by his squad. Waning Rift, phase shift, jump away with a Blink Dagger.
Not
The
enough
King
control.
of Kings, though.
Once Lion dies and Night Stalker, they're very limited, but Benny came in, decided to clean up. It was a good curse. I love the curse, even though there was like no one around, so the curse didn't last for the full duration. It also uses a couple of seconds of BKB, and also Razor's Static Link is there to steal more damage.
Dire's bottom tower.
Still feels pretty bad. They don't take the Aegis. They don't kill the Invoker. Tier 2 tower, another prize to be claimed up by the Kings. They'll back themselves up. Many needs to clear out that mid wave. Of course, like you said, waiting for Lion and Night Stalker. There's a requirement for them to actually go out for another fight. It's just that the speed at which they bring Katara like 100 to 0 in a matter of seconds. Very well started and executed by them. And Mini with that BKB just dancing around that arena. Make sure he's not caught up in anything. And then, of course, Benny arrives, like you said, the cleanup crew to kill off all the stragglers. Oh, is it round 3 on that top lane with Night Stalker? How do they start this? A Winter's Curse. Relocate. Mars Arena not even needed. Just spear him against a tree. And blow up Valky.
Mars deals a ton of damage. Having that Deso, level 20 as well, so that means spear longer duration, almost a full second. Both observer boards placed down immediately.
And Leo, he's got to jaunt himself away. And they've got that coil leashing up the Lion. The Sunstrike off the mark, but Mini's there in the Roche Pit, trying to finish off Leo style while Nuages killed by Frank. Oh, the Eon Disc, he reassembles it. Puts it in his inventory. Mini's going to BKB TP. Nothing to stop him. But Lava with a team fight victory over on this Radiant side of the map. They get a kill on Night Stalker. The fight starts brewing even deeper in that triangle.
If they take out Night Stalker out of the equation, it feels so much easier for them to take a fight. Both supports feel...
It's like night and day.
Yeah, it's night and day difference. That's a good one, Gary. Both supports feel much more secure and safe coming into the fight, because they know there's not going to be like this big jump on them, and then they need to take care of each other rather than taking care of the cores.
Yeah, I'm surprised that King of Kings even wanted to fight there without the Night Stalker. But I guess on everyone's minds right now is that next Roshan.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Will he be a fast spawn? We'll have to wait for another couple of minutes to see. And of course, one of the greater aspects of having a Leo-style puck is that ability to clear waves and split push without being under too much pressure. Orbing and jaunting around keeps that bottom wave almost perpetually at the doorstep of the tier 2.
He's getting very close to Aghanim Scepter. Then you always have this big play. Spear into break the coil through the BKB. I mean, you can't use the spear, but if he manages to like use it, it's still very potent combo. If they're sieging the high ground, there's always going to be a threat of that. And also keep them in place. They kind of lack a bit of a lockdown because both supports don't provide any. And then you have like a great setup for a curse for a longer duration for Mars to get close. Use a better arena and Razor. Full refresher done, so that means 2 Eye of the Storms, 2 Static Links, 2 BKBs, even like 2 Lincoln Spheres. Just sounds awesome. And the most important part, Gary, listen here, double Hand of Midas.
Oh, yes. Double Hand of Midas. Well, he's going to want himself that Aghanim Scepter upgrade, though. For when they do want to push high ground. You know, we spent a long time in the early game saying how they all struggle to take objectives and take Roshan and stuff. Razor with Refresher Ags can shred through buildings pretty damn quickly, though. And now this war of attrition, basically. Dire pushes bottom, Radiant pushes top. More like a game of chicken. Who blinks first? Who comes back to defend? Who is going to put themselves in a bad position to try and force a team fight? The advantage, of course, always goes the way of the Dire team with Relocate available. They can commit 2 or 3 heroes to sweep through their own jungle, scout Roshan, see what's going on, and still bring every single member of their squad to the battle.
Minute this time around thought that they need a bit more control, even though they have Lion. Still puck hard to catch. But imagine, and now going into Aghanim Scepter, that's my point, where I think Ags would be slightly better. You have great setup with the Treant Protector, of course, and also if Wyvern uses Cold Embrace, this is when you go. Like, this is when you activate it.
Guaranteed damage. And it's also, you know, like a reset or a zoning tool. You're thinking about the ways that Lava have been playing so far. It's been Cold Embrace reset, Curse reset, Relocate reset. Everything has been to delay and drag out these fights. And if you Cataclysm, you mess up their positioning and force them to move around in a more awkward way. The steering contest across the river. Roshan just over a minute until he respawns. And of course both side lanes pushing into their natural positions. Something in Lava realizing they need to contend with. Go and maintain these lanes. You know, Benny's 7...
Huh?
I was just saying, Benny's 7, 1, and 8 is basically top net worth. I don't know, I just feel like Bloodseeker's had a quiet game. But he just comes in at the end of the fight, he doesn't do anything flashy, he just runs in and kills people, doesn't he?
Not speedy enough, needs someone else to start a fight. Then he shifts into 5th gear and says, I'm coming. Mostly it's cleanup job. But yeah, he's been, I'm gonna say silent, been involved in like 15 out of 37 kills, which is okay-ish, but it's been mostly farming.
It's been mostly mini, hasn't it? 12, 2, and 13 on this Invoker has been at the center of every fight they've had. And Radiant Vision sees Cat use Wyvern. A quick tornado, but the D-ward still happens. And Roshan has returned to his lair. Everybody eyeing up the pit.
Do you know lore? Where does Roche go when he gets killed? Is there something that exists?
That's a very good question. I have no idea. Do the ancients respawn him? I don't know.
I don't know, Gary. That's why I asked the
When he
question.
slacks.
You can't just throw back the same question at me.
I wasn't asking you directly. It's more of a rhetorical. Who knows?
Who knows?
Maybe chat knows. Someone in chat will know,
knows.
right?
Yeah, they definitely
They know.
Chat's super smart.
The power of crowds. All the vision. Put up
Puck,
towards
where's
the
the
triangle.
bash? He on disc proc.
Yeah.
Resistance kicking in. Another
And the
hex
hex.
into silence.
Oh, not enough heals from the IO. They tried that Holy Locket mech tether, but Leo style still dies. And Valky, he knows there's someone nearby. Frank, he's going to have to BKB TP. He just goes for the TP. And the overgrowth will stop it. Frank now stuck here near the Roche pit. The other fight is Mini being Winter's cursed up. They got a rupture down over onto Kataro. The Glimmer Cape will buy a bit of time as well as the Cold Embrace. But Valky gets in behind them onto the two supports. They'll try focus down that pesky Io and Sunstrike Kataro to take down the Razor. And a 5-man wipe looks like it is imminent. Katyu has been slowed down by the Void. The Glimmer Cape only seconds to delay the death of Wyvern.
That was such a good
And the
fight
Kings.
from Kings of Kings. Like, they initiate on puck, status resistance from Eon Disc kicks in, and they almost make, like, no mistakes. They're not overlapping their abilities. Sight of Vice after, like, into another Hex from Lion. Not sure who used it first, but, yeah, they managed to kill him. There was one bash coming out from the Night Stalker as well, and this might be... I'm gonna say the game, but Razor at this point starts to fall off. And also, there's a lot of healing. IO Tether plus Wyvern heal is an insane amount of healing, but they are gonna lose 2 set of barracks. There's also no tier 2 towers left. 35 seconds without Razor, who doesn't have buyback. He bought in Claymore and Claymore and Morbid Mask, which he's not using, so that's a really bad buy. Instead of keeping the buyback.
And also a good choice here for Apu Kings to go for the base, right? They could have gone Roshan, taken Aegis, and slow rolled it a little bit, but they're going straight for the buildings. No mega creeps just yet. Top lane of barracks still standing.
There's also double damage near the Roche pit. That's Axe
course there
Coil,
is.
BKB.
Yeah, BKB out from the Bloodseeker. They're trying to focus that Nuage's Treant. They do bring him down. The Alacrity onto Benny now, though, and a Tornado to reset. That's Eon Disc popped as well on the puck, while the Meteor lands down, and the relocate out does force Lava to reconsider their options, but Kim, Leostal both still die as Mars, Cold Embrace saved for a few seconds here. Razor gets another static link out, but Valky, the double kill. Night Stalker so powerful with this Echo Saber Basher, and Lava are being ripped apart, limb from limb, one by one. The two-man stun in from Jupiter, focus onto Kataro's Razor, and this has got to be the signal of the end.
Yeah, this is game. They had buybacks on pretty much everyone, and they're using it. This is gonna be the last hero standing from Lava. Puck buying back. Can he get something in return? It's just one of those buybacks. Like, try to make stuff happen.
Clear a creep wave, do anything you can, but mega creeps are going to be coming soon.
It's not just mega creeps. They will end the game.
60 seconds for Razor, Wyvern, and Mars. No buybacks in sight either. Wyvern on cooldown. Razor is 400 gold away from it, and GG is called. The Apu, King of Kings, defeating Lava here. 2-1 in a best of 3. And this is ex Thunder Predator. This is top 2. This is top 2 SA from the past couple of seasons. This is a major team, and this is ex Venomistas, a Division 2 team coming out and proving that they can play up with the best and make those mid-game decisions and win a best of 3 when they're one game down.
Yeah, I think this also shows like the strength of the region, how region is developing, that, you know, some of the old guard, we've seen it in the other regions as well, where they start to fall off. The new kids are in the block, they know how to play Dota, they have these new fresh ideas. It might seem a bit weird, sometimes, with the drafts and the heroes that they pick, but at the end of the day, it works out. I really love the aggressive style of the support duo, who managed to get so much done. They ruined Kotaro's lane, and then in the second game, they ruined Leo's style completely, which set him up for a success. And Mini on Invoker, I gotta say, I've been really impressed.
I was just about to say, do you want to join the mini fan club? Because I know there's me, there's Zayori, Trent, Bowie, we're all in the mini fan club. Do you want to come and join us? You on the bandwagon yet?
Sign me up. Give me a subscription for 12 months, I would say, because that's how the season is gonna last.
Okay. Well, we'll find out if Dan and Kips want to join as well. We'll see if the panel enjoyed Mini's performance as much as we did.
Well, I'm certainly going to be in the mini fan club because King of Kings have poured some cold water onto Lava, and all we've got left is Basalt, Bowie, and Kips. Talk to me through what happened there, Bowie. What went on? This is a big upset.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing that happened in this draft is similar to what happened I think you were not here, but it was I don't remember the team, but he had this like faceless void Slark draft, and I think that happened very similar. You have this Puck Mars, all right, lots of lockdown, lots of rotation power, and then when you draft to like actually get damage to kill heroes, you go Io Wyvern. Like that seemed so odd to me, and then you get this super mid-game sort of carry
I'm
on
sure
the
that was all
Razor.
very smart. You're muted, unfortunately, Bowie, so I didn't catch
Oh
any of
my
that.
lord, Jesus!
I'm sure the audience loved it, but I have no idea.
I'll
what
be
you're
very
saying.
quick. I'll be very quick. I think like the biggest problem here is you go Puck with Mars. You have a lot of lockdown, a lot of rotation power, but you get Io Wyvern, which is literally 0 damage. So I think draft-wise, it really hurt them. But then you go Razor, that it's kind of a mid-game hero, and you are 0-4. How do you? I think this gaming lasting 40 minutes is actually super impressive coming from Lava, but also really hard to win.
Kips, how do you feel about it? Similar thoughts? Is there anything you'd like to praise from King of Kings?
Well, I would like that membership to the mini fan club now, please. I have it written down in my book here. That's definitely the redemption for his item build versus the versus Beast Coast, which is they could have won that series. That could have been the biggest upset of the season so far, but instead it's going to be this one, and in impressive form. What I especially liked about their team fights is this in-out-in style where they're juggling damage, where they commit heroes to tank damage and then manage to move them out again while rotating others back in, and it's very enjoyable to watch.
People have got to start banning the Invoker against it, because that was an impressive performance in 2 games. I think obviously the other players played well as well here, but do you feel he was the catalyst for those victories?
Yeah, definitely. You can see how comfortable he is. Several of these fights are also initiated by him coming in from the side in a situation where I was like, wait, why is there an Invoker here? Well, it's because he's going to set up this fight for his team right now.
Bowie,
I totally agree.
let's
I don't
focus-
think it's
Go
even.
ahead.
Oh, yeah, I don't even think it's about like Invoker being. I mean, it's a really good hero, but it feels like Mini's so comfortable in this hero in comparison to other ones that like
Yeah.
you just ban against it.
Do you
But
feel
go
that Lava are going to be able to pick themselves up after this? What do they need to be doing? Is it better drafts that they're going to return to?
I really feel like their drafts are kind of off. Like a lot of emphasis on the Juggernaut. Sure, they won a game with it, but this game also with the Puck, Mars, Io Wyvern, I'm not feeling it. There's some really interesting, fresh ideas, but there's definitely some fine tuning to be done. And this is obviously their first game, so I think they will have a lot of time. But I'm just like super impressed with King of Kings because we said it already. They almost won that BO3 or at least one game against Beast Coast. Now they take the Giants of Lava. But these guys, they could be the top 4 of this region, and I felt like I knew what the top 4 was, but I have no idea now. This is a huge wrench in everyone's predictions.
Well, big upsets here and hopefully big games to come. We've got Thunder Predator versus Hokori coming right up. We're going to be replaced by a brand new panel. But thanks so much for joining us for this first series. We'll be right back after a short break.
All right.
Hello, guys, and welcome. We're here with the Game 2 of the SA Winter Tour DPC. Still in Div 1, of course, but this time it's going to be Thunder Predator versus Hokori. My panel, of course, is going to be changed slightly. We're going to have a new host, Level Plus. Hello, nice to meet you. And join me, still Bowie, and now Winter.
Hello.
Hello.
My favorite part
morning.
of this panel, Winter, is seeing where your camera has ended up for this broadcast and seeing what angle you've decided to choose. I'm glad you mix it up every single time. It's really nice.
There's
Yeah.
no fishes here.
You can see that
I moved
beautiful
everything
face.
out from my house.
In case you guys didn't know, Winter is a fish breeder as well. So that's an interesting tidbit in case you were wondering what this TI player has done since.
That's crazy. I actually watched a fish breeding documentary today. This is so random.
Oh, do not tell him. He will give you he will give you the rundown. And this panel will become about fishbowl. You cannot let him start. Okay, it has to be about Dota.
Let's talk about
And we have
slime.
Would you rather it be about chess?
Yeah, that's the other option. It's true. He doesn't give you the Dota option. We have a match in front of us soon enough. It's gonna be Thunder Predator versus Hokori, and we had the chance to watch Hokori. I hyped them up a lot when they were up against Noping. It did not work out. They didn't look that good, if I'm honest with you. I was really excited about them. Their drafts were fine, but their gameplay was a bit lacking, especially compared to Noping. And from what we've seen from Thunder, and from what we know from the team, they're just better, than Noping. Right? They're just really good. They're a better version of Noping, I would say. I think they're Hokori 3 years in the future, if I'm honest with you. They're just really solid. I am kind of scared for them. I don't know what team beats Thunder Predator besides Beast Coast in this DPC. Would you agree, Bowie?
I definitely agree that they're better than Hokori. I think, it's obviously Noping's job to prove themselves in this tournament, so it's really hard to fare both teams since Noping's a new one. But yeah, this is going to be a super challenge for Hokori. I think they're really going to have to step up their drafting, honestly, because in terms of actual performance, I do feel like Thunder Predator has a slightly better pedigree. So they're going to have to really step it up in their drafting, and hopefully they can make this a 3-game series, because I don't think it's going to be easy for them.
They're gonna need
Hokori.
the cheese.
Yeah, actually, very good point, because Hokori are the kings of cheese. They have a bunch of cheese picks, mostly involving Alk offlane, and then plus a combination. They used to do Alk offlane versus Black mid, Alk offlane with a gyrocopter carry, which is cheese, I would say. The difficulty with these picks is that they're up against a good drafter. I don't think it works as easily to cheese them, because when these combos, they usually reveal them in the second phase, and with 3 picks, most good drafters will have enough to, or 2
I mean,
picks
they
at
have
least.
nothing to lose, honestly.
You might as well try. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Ben AA first phase
Didn't
Husker.
they do
Let's go.
Elk plus anti-mage? Was it?
Yes.
That was
Series.
actually decent. I was impressed with how decent it looked.
Yeah. I didn't feel like their execution with the anti-mage was as top tier as I expected, though. I was expecting the anti-mage to be this rat machine with the Ags, because that's the whole point of the Ags, and it was just okay there. I was impressed by Alk existing and not die in that game, but I don't think that the AM fulfilled its purpose as much as... I guess I'm not that sold on the Alk anti-mage Ags, if I'm honest with you. I think Bristleback is much stronger, personally.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was fine, and they did ban a lot of the heroes. That the Monkey King was banned too, which is another pretty standard Ags pairing. We'll see. I do. I want to see the Thunder Predator play a little bit more. They're definitely they're a super good team. I think if they had one extra week with Pakaz before the TI qualifiers, they could have probably been the team that qualified instead of SG. These guys, they have a lot of potential.
I don't know. SG was on fire that close qualifier. SG played
They
some
were,
really
but
good
I
Dota.
really felt like their strength was more in how their macro movements and their overall understanding of the game than necessarily the pedigree of their players. I do think the players on Thunder Predator are better than that SG. If I'm being honest here, yeah.
I mean, a week extra boot camp can change a lot of things, to be honest.
Yeah. And now they actually have bootcamp, because before, when they were part of Noping, they had some issues with bootcamp, mainly due to COVID situation and them being Peruvian and Bolivian. So well, Oscar being Bolivian, passports are not as easy there. It's not like Europe. It's kind of difficult to go between borders, especially during COVID times, and a lot of them were kind of stuck. There's a lot of stories that I can't tell on stream, but it was not a nice experience for the poor guys. And now with Thunder Predator, they're all boot camping in Peru, and it's much easier for Oscar to get a passport because he was already ready there to go to Peru. So everything's been solved since, which is pretty nice. That might give him an edge, hopefully. They've been looking really good before, so I'm kind of scared for teams going up against them.
I mean, do they have a coach now?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I
Right?
think their old coach. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure they have a coach now. Honestly,
Did they have an old coach? Who was their old
No,
coach
no,
when they were in Open?
No. It's just I think I'm actually mixing it up with the unknown, the old unknown. They used to have a coach, right?
Yes.
It was a super famous coach, like the one that actually
Yeah.
brought unknown to the first major SA major. But now they're Thunder Predators, so I guess he didn't really come with them.
But did any of the teams hire like a foreign coach? I think except for like, was it Fear?
I guess
that went to-
Fear,
Fear, which was old Thunder
came-
Predator.
Noping has a
Yeah.
Romanian coach, but he's not really a super known coach. He did bring SG to, I think
Yeah, that was
he was one
SG.
of the
Yeah.
big differences. And now he's with Noping.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I think one of the
overall-
difficulties for the
Yeah.
Hispanic players in the region is that they really don't speak English. Like some of them, I think Thunder Predator or the old Thunder Predator now Lava has the best English understanding, particularly because Moose speaks a really good English. But I know these guys, like Panda has an okay English. I know like Oscar, for example, does not speak it at all. Like, it's just difficult. Like how do you bring a coach that
Yeah.
communicates with only half your team, right? I don't think that's a good idea, personally.
Yeah.
I mean, you just show them the numbers, sometimes. What
Uh,
works, what doesn't work.
I guess what you
I
want.
guess you can do stuff more about your opponents if your teammates don't really understand as much, but you can show them about how your opponents play and what are the good heroes in the meta, the statistics. I think it's easier to talk about that.
Yeah, I think so. I also feel like a big problem with these SA teams is that the expected salary of a coach, usually DNA and European coaches, is so much higher than what it's usually normal here. So I think
That's true.
it's like very hard for them to afford a coach. I think Fear was probably one of the only ones, right? And then a Predator
And he got paid more. He got paid a good amount. That was the
Yeah, I
point,
mean-
right? Like I think most coaches cost more than the whole team from the Predator.
Yeah,
I mean, genuinely
yeah.
mean this.
Yeah, I think so.
They also have to move to Peru, which is a whole other thing. Not everyone's necessarily willing to do that because that's a whole new starting in a new region. Most people want to play or live in the Western Europe or the Western Europe or North America, perhaps. Some people willing to relocate to SCA. I think Lima is less so. Also, I don't know. I mean, not every team. I mean, I think a coach benefits most teams, right? But in the case of Thunder Predator right now, old Noping, Matthew kind of fulfills that role of a coach, and he's really good. I know, like, obviously it's extra work for the player, and ideally you have someone else to do that. But Matthew is so good at being a captain and being a coach and running those drafts, and he's like one of the most vocal players. He's like super eloquent, very communicative. It's hard to find someone that can fulfill that role as well as he is, and sometimes it's difficulty of a coach, right? How will you respect this coach if you already have a player on your team that's better than him at all the roles the coach has to do? So I think Matthew, that's why he's never been coached. Actually, he's never been with a team with a coach before.
I mean, there are definitely the benefits of having a coach, even though
Yeah.
you have a player that can be the captain. Because usually when it's very stressful and you're playing a lot of games, I would say that there's a very huge possibility that you're gonna play a lot worse because you have to do so many things. So
Yeah.
it's very hard.
Okay.
I mean,
I
sure,
agree.
when things are going well, then it's easy.
I totally agree.
I think for the majors particularly, like for DPC, because they have a whole week, I don't think it's that big a deal. But for the majors, when, as you say, the volume of games increases, I do agree that's when. I
Yeah,
think
that's
the
why
coach probably
certain
comes to
teams
play.
they play much better online rather than at a LAN, because the setup and the scheduling, everything is different.
I also feel like if whatever SA team from either Division 1 or 2 actually get a coach, I do hope they do it very early, because I feel like having a coach is like a long-term project. Just getting a coach 10 days before a major and expecting that to like completely change your team, I think it's very unrealistic.
Unless you
So-
trust the person a lot. Unless
Yes.
Yeah.
And that is very hard, especially with the language barrier, and it's tough. I think it adds a lot of complexity. So Yeah, but I don't think either. Besides Noping, either of these teams actually have a foreign coach, which makes
No,
sense, right?
Well, Hokori doesn't have a foreign coach, but for them it's foreign though. They have Astini now.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
and
mean foreign
he's,
is like outside of South America, but yeah, that is true.
I know, but like because he's Brazilian, Hokori is a Spanish-speaking team, so Astini will be coaching them. They do speak again those like combination of Spanish Portuguese enough to communicate with Astini because they used to play with Analog, so I know that they're like okay with communicating. But for now, that hasn't really worked out for them. Not that I don't think Astini is at fault for that, to be honest. He just came in, and I think
he only
that
played one
speaks to
series,
your point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that speaks to your point, though, Bowie. That like you can't bring a coach in like right before you have your first match at DPC and expect him to do a lot before then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
Kinda
a
has
lot
to build the
easier
team.
if the coach he's there at the beginning. You know,
Mhm.
it'll make a lot of things a lot easier.
How do you get a team to trust
but
you?
but you guys keep mentioning about the language, so I guess it must be a huge like issue. You know, choosing a coach that can understand all the players. It's a huge problem then.
Yeah. It is one of the biggest problems in the region. As we get into the draft, by the way, we can talk about the draft language now instead,
All right.
because drafts is like conversation, except one person is
First
screaming at you
face
and you're
Storm
trying to
ban.
respond.
What is happening?
That's a
Okay,
Mr.
Storm.
Jeans band, right?
Yeah, but first phase. That's very unusual.
Well, so maybe they might consider, because this is Thunder Predator is a team that has Dark Mago, right? Which is someone with a very low hero pool. Mr. Jeans might fit into that category. So something they did against Thunder Predator was that they would ban certain heroes to force Dark Mago into a certain playstyle, right? And they might think the same thing about Mr. Jeans and want to abuse that. Like Storm is one of his most mobile heroes, compared to like his Vipers and Razors, which he likes playing. So that might be the idea.
Yeah, I think like the weirdest part of this event for me is that usually if you do have the last pick of the first phase, it makes sense to pick kind of relatively unusual core right at the beginning. But I don't think Hokori actually had any chance picking Storm that early, but they will go Kunkka. I like it. I'm not sure we saw carry Kunkka in South America so far, but you do have that flags. I guess even offlane is relatively common in pubs, so that's a pretty solid pick.
Yeah, but usually when you see this kind of first ban 4 hero that is not a top tier pick or you can't really pick early, it usually means that the typical plans are going to be bans targeted against a certain player.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not 100%, but usually when this happens, that's the route the team is going to go with. I mean, it happens a lot when the player can only play like maybe 3 heroes, 4 heroes.
Yeah.
You know?
Right, so you think that now you like ban 1 or 2 more heroes from the mid laner as well.
But now they're banning Rubik, so I think
Yeah.
probably not.
Which is definitely El Misho hero, so it's a targeted ban to a degree as well. But
Yeah, but the
then-
thing is, when they ban Storm, their opening heroes doesn't suggest that Storm counters one of them.
yeah, exactly. That's why that's why it's an interesting ban. I really do think Mr. Jean's hero pool is not that wide either, though. So maybe 1 ban is all that you need, right?
Yeah, and I guess this Kunkka, I think there's a pretty high chance it's just going to be metal, so they're targeting other things.
Yeah, you were talking about the carry Kunkka, right? I actually, personally, I'm a big fan of that hero as
Me
a
too.
carry role right now. I feel like you want a carry that can participate and help your team be rich at the same time. Because traditionally, carries, you want to be rich at the expense of your team, Your team is going to do shit on the map, and then you're going to farm, you're going to hit creeps, and then you get rich. But I feel right now the meta is the carry has to be rich. At the same time, he needs to help his team be rich. If you are the only one rich on your team and everyone else is poor, the game is really hard. Really, really hard.
Yeah.
So you see this carries right now TPing to the off lane to secure the tower. Instead of like, I think previously, before in the previous metas, maybe 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, you see the carries just farming ancients and jungling, stacking. But right now you're looking at more active carries that TP to the off lane and secure the tower, which is a pretty important move to help your team get momentum on the map.
I totally agree. And he's also so self-sustaining, right? You just rush Helm with no boots and you rush that armlet. If you need any
And you
resources,
don't lose your
just
lane, basically.
yeah, you expect to the fountain. He defends towers really well. He farms stacks.
That's actually
does
bullshit, that you can actually just go back to the fountain like that.
As in bullshit.
Hey,
as
and they
in, you
decreased
think
the
that's-
cooldown. They decreased the cooldown. It's
That's
crazy.
true.
Like he got so many buffs.
Yeah,
Um,
it's free refill.
Today we were talking about his talents as well. Like his talents are crazy. 30 damage at level 10, 16 strength at level 15 is
They get changed.
No, it's just that he's just always been strong. He's just always had like really good talents. And what they did change was level 20 and 25 now, right? Because he gets extra cleave at level 20 now, which is actually good for carry Kunkka. And the chance for the tiebreaker cooldown reduction, which is fine. Ghost Ship Fleet is really strong too, so it's like whatever.
Yeah, in the past you had to choose the extra cleave versus the fleet, and now you can get both. So,
Yes.
And you also get the crit a little bit earlier, so it's really good.
Extra
go.
cleave was also like at 25 a bit too late in my opinion. I think at 20 is perfect. It does. I think it's carry Kunkka, by the way, because you can run it with either AA or Bane. It's a pretty strong combination, but we'll see. Thunder Predator with a Clockwork at Baron, though. What do you guys think of the Mars with the Clockwork? Are you fans of this idea?
I don't mind it. It's but I guess this Mars gonna be middle then, because they
Wait,
do get this Venom
Mars
answer.
Yeah, I guess Kataramago does play it, and then Veno to counter Kunkka, one of the just traditional melee counters, right?
I mean, honestly, they can do either way, depending on the matchup, I guess.
Oh, right, they can just follow the Kunkka wherever he goes.
Yeah, they can. Who lanes better with Kunkka? I guess Veno. Veno
Yeah.
can actually dominate.
Yeah, Veno kills him, especially in the side lane, right?
I'm not sure though. Can't you just cleave the wards? I think I'm pretty sure it works.
You
Can
can't.
you?
No, you don't cleave the wards.
You don't cleave the wards?
No.
Okay.
We had this discussion on another panel. I know, but I'm sure.
I mean, all of your clones amassing so much knowledge at the same time.
Once I joined
That's
them
not
together,
fair,
it's
dude.
incredible.
Yeah, you have this network of avos just working, learning non-stop. How can
Yeah.
anyone compete?
I mean,
Uh,
if Clockwork gets a really good start, he's gonna bully the enemy supports.
Yeah,
Oh.
both supports are. I guess Bane's a little better versus Clock, but AA just gets destroyed.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
tough to be
you're
Bane.
You're just praying you get gold to buy 4 stuff.
Also, getting a Fiend script off against the Clockwork seems almost impossible, right? This is, especially
Clock
Clockwork
Mars.
Bane. Sorry, Clockwork Abaddon. How do you get a Fiend script off against these two heroes?
Yeah, like Bane is gonna be like a trade bot at 5 minutes, and then his game, unless they snowball, his game's gonna be super hard.
I mean, this is the thing when you go for the support duo, like it's like you have double position 5 heroes, you know.
Yeah.
And generally, if you open with supports like this, you have a very high chance of getting like countered by some very unique hero or a special hero. Like the more balanced support duo usually, in most cases, is like if you pick a Earth Spirit with Witch Doctor in like one of the previous games we see, like both heroes, the combo is more stable. You don't get countered so easily. But they go for the Quap. They don't really have good setup to get her, apart from maybe if you get speared by the Mars.
Yeah, that's true. And she has a good lane as well against Mars. This does reveal Kunkka is going to be in the side lanes. We'll see where.
Have you guys seen any Quap carries recently?
No, but it was
Not
being tried a
recently.
bit before. Remember? I remember that.
Yeah,
NA, I think. Was it EG that tried it?
I think it's legit. It's just not picked that much, but
The build is the same, right? You go Orchid, then BKB AC.
Well, the
I
old
think
build, yeah.
it's
'cause mid
okay
comps don't build.
versus. It actually kind of destroys this Clockwork Venomancer lane, so I wouldn't mind if they just play Quap carry and send Kunkka
Yeah,
mid.
I mean, if you have Kunkka
Yeah.
and Quap, your lane is whatever, you know. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah? Okay, that would be an interesting idea.
Alright,
you can always
so
conquer
now
off
they
Because
lane.
have
if
to
you
ban
send the
carries.
Mars, if you send Mars or Venom off lane, they don't really do well against the Quap.
Right.
Yeah. They take this fan. What else is really good here for Thunder
I mean,
Predator?
at this rate, there will be no more normal carry heroes in the game. Everyone's just gonna be picking the half carry heroes, you know, half fighting, half carry heroes.
Yeah, Razor's popular as well, so he's the other one. And we've seen SF carry as well, which is disgustingly stupid.
Oh yeah, it was it yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
You're,
think I saw the game.
It was a secret, right? Unisha picked it?
SA actually had two.
I mean, it's
Jesus.
basically the same
Lower
concept as
division
a
game.
Kunkka or Quap carry, but you're just more vulnerable as a SF on the side lane.
Have you seen the build he went for, though? It was souls and stats. He didn't actually go for any points and raises, which I thought was crazy.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He would just
Yeah,
right
yeah.
click.
Yeah. It wasn't the concept at all. It was just a glass cannon SF.
Wait, that was like something like in Dota 1 you would do that
Yeah.
the damage and stats and you just buy Mask of Madness and just right click people Shadow Blade.
That's what Fear said as well. He
It's
can
pretty
tell
much
you.
a Medusa. Like you just have a lot of right click, you get Aegis, and because of the talent, the building talent armor, you just melt buildings. Like if you actually don't get punished, which they didn't, this hero like sieges really well.
Yeah.
Lunar.
I like this as a very stable pick, right? Most lanes are decent for her.
Oh,
Fuck. Hokori's just full cheese, dude.
Oh God.
what is this? Off lane?
It's
Yeah.
offlane Broodmother, carry Kunkka, and mid Queen of Pain.
He was banned versus Hokori when No Pink played
Oh
against him.
no, so they have to put the Mars against the Brood, then where does the Luna go?
Yeah, what do you do, right?
Yes, true. Luna
Oh,
against
no.
Kunkka or Luna against Queen? No, you can't do that.
Wait,
I think
Oh,
you don't
no.
mind just because the new brood, like you don't get the broodlings that early, but you're still like gonna be
Yeah.
like you're gonna be totally taken out of the lane very early. You know, actually talk about Hokori being like kind of had to choose this game to win, and I think they did it. I think their draft looks
pumped.
really solid.
What about you, Winter? Do you like this cheese?
I mean, Brood, I say they need cheese, but okay, fine, I'll go with the cheese.
They went too far.
All right. We're going with the cheese. Let's see if Hokori can edge out a victory with his cheese. This is really interesting. And to cast this wonderful encounter, we have two very non-cheesy casters, two very serious professional casters. It's going to be Gareth and Trent.
Well, what an encounter it is going to be, Arvo. Yes, some cheese comes out for Hokori. The panel was expecting it, and we do see it in that last pick. Trent, but Broodmother, a different hero from what, 2-3 years ago. You know, like have these spiders early on. Is it that much of a cheesy pick nowadays? Do you reckon?
I think when she's like at her peak, she's still very cheesy. Because to me, the whole hero now more relies on like the level 6 timing and what you do with that. You're basically just trying to like double dig on someone down into their tower, take it, and then start like immediately pressuring all of their jungle and their tier 2. So it's like it's kind of cheesy because you still need the right counters for it to feel good.
But you got ways to kind of play around it early on, right?
Yeah.
It's no longer that level 1, level 3, I'm destroying you in lane. Like you said, it's more like level 6, and then flick the switch to be ready and raring to go. Double team smoke. Ward gets placed by Dark Margot very early on, though. Oh, did he get spotted there? Yeah. I know the Mars was nearby, but they might now think that he's placed his ward on the right-hand side, when in fact it's right under the nose of the Bane. There's some curious wards coming out. Look at this very deep one bottom near the tier 1 tower. They see the webs, they know Brood is nearby. And also a high ground ward there looking towards any rotations. I guess potentially coming from the clockwork.
Spot the spider. He's just waiting here. They saw the Brood walk in, and they thought maybe he's gonna walk right here, but they don't know that he went up there. Vitaly gonna be all right.
And they lose eyes. So the Radiant are going to go for both of the bottom bounty runes. Yeah, Dire's starting to ping out the Radiant triangle, saying, hey, they're all down here. There's probably nobody up top.
And Almisha, of course, not going to be able to get in there. No way to threaten. Tries to force out a cogs or something, but Matthew's not blinking either at the bottom rune. So we'll just go even Stevens across the board here.
So now we get to that position of where do we go with lanes? Because Winter brought something up where potentially you chase the Kunkka around with a Venomancer, then do you have to put Mars against Brood? Where does Luna go? Do we see any lane shifting happening, really?
Well, I think we're set up now that this should be the way it goes. I don't imagine people want to change. My only concern, of course, will be just the Brood. You just want to make sure the Brood gets a good start because, like you pointed out, your spiders aren't there right away anymore. But this looks like a pretty good lane, I would think. Just because you have the Bane with you to secure things early. And I don't think Pandaboo, or now as he's tagged Pandamoo. Oh, well, that's a great start. Just gets a courier. Here I was looking for some downsides to the ABBA, but that's solid. By the way, I feel like Vitaly can sustain through this, right?
I think so. There's like very little burst damage. I mean, there's just very little damage in general from Luna and Abaddon. It's more of a sustain lane, right? You think back to your Spectre Warlock lanes, your Witch Doctor Luna, whoever it might be. You're just there, gather farm on your Luna, hope that bad things don't happen to you. Much more exciting in these other lanes, though, right? Kunkka against Veno, and of course Mars against Queen of Pain, already turning out to be a bit of a brawl between Mr. Jeans and Dark Margot.
Yeah, we actually had this discussion the other day. I feel like Winter was there for that, but this idea of using the cogs early and like how painful it is. Like, sure, you get to hold the wave and stuff, like which they did here to delay it and everything, but man, level 1 cogs, like He's like running up and trying to mana burn them, and it costs you more mana than you remove, unless you hit both of them, which unfortunately Matthew wasn't able to. So this just feels a little bit ugly. I feel like Matthew's gonna be running into a tier 2 pretty soon at this rate.
And this is coming from the master of cogs himself. I saw you recently got a speed running record. With
I'm not gonna lie,
Demise
it was
as a
really
clockwork.
easy. It wasn't that hard. I looked up, I saw the guy do it, I was like, wow, he missed a lot. And then I did it, and I was like, this isn't gonna last very long. And the guy's already beat it. He sent me the video. So shout out to you, dude. Hold on, I gotta look up his name because he deserves a shout out. I appreciated his effort. I forgot to message him back. But yes, you
good.
too can do it, guys. I promise. It did not take long. You can become the world speed running champion. Yes, Riker, the Riker. Well done. Great clockwork player.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was a thing. I'd seen speedrunning, speedrunning Ancient, speedrunning Roshan. Didn't realize that speedrunning 100 last hits or denies was a thing.
Neither did I. I was like, oh. I told Slacks that the Arkosh content team should attempt it. Because there's the Roche record, and it looked pretty doable as well. And I feel like they could finally be world champions at something. Because we sure as hell know it's not going to be Dota.
Yeah, I remember a couple of speedrunning. Like, there's quite a lot of crossover with Dota players and speedrun players. There's I think there's a Dutch guy called Onin who used to do Broodmother or Huskar. Only one player, like one hero, tries to finish the Ancient as quickly as possible. So you would send your courier with armlet recipe and blades of attack, run down the mid lane, kill tower, then sit between tier 4s, armlet toggling for 2 minutes. Yeah, it's some interesting stuff you can do. Just alone in a lobby if you've got some spare time.
That's actually how I view Broodmother now, though, is that she's the speedrunner. She just hits 6, and then she speedruns the bottom lane, right? You're taking the tier 2 faster than anyone expects you to.
Oh, Yuma did get trapped in the cogs, and the battery assault's ticking. Turns with that cleave, but it's the deny. Gardic takes down the Kunkka and looks for Matthew, but he has safely found a little hidey hole in the trees, so no first blood technically spilt just yet. It does mean that Kunkka has a journey back to the top lane. Full HP, full mana. But it's always a worry when a Venomancer has been allowed to get level 3 without too much in the way of protest from the Dire squad.
Man, what can you do, right? Like Kunkka versus Venomancer, these units just hate dealing with any sort of slows and walking around, and then eventually if the wards come out, Tidebringer just worthless versus that. He just saunters once you get the poison on him, too. Kunkka's not very fast. Even getting the boost
and then
this
AA
time.
Can't get close. Clockwork just sitting on the AA, so you can't even get that kind of whittling away of HP to put...
he might be dead here, though. If they hit
in the
Torrent
threshold.
and Cold Feet.
Oh, yeah, you're right. X mark. Back into the Torrent. He is held in place. Man, Matthew, what's he got left? No Fairy Fire, no anything. So first blood goes to Yuma.
Wow. Imagine carry heroes with spells that let you do stuff. A wild concept. It's such a stark difference to your carry player just can't rotate at all. Then this guy's a mid for a reason, X and Torrent. I thought that he was gonna have to wing it with just Torrent. They'd still be able to do it, but getting the X early as well, that certainly changes the dynamic quite a bit now for Matthew on the Clockwork.
Dota 2's come a long way, Trent. We've moved away from those autocratic monarchies where Medusa and Spectre would be the top of the food chain, getting all the gold. Now we've got universal welfare. Everyone's getting gold putting into their bank accounts without having to do anything. People are spreading the wealth and giving gold to support heroes. We're getting items and ward slots and all this good stuff.
Yeah. The 5s are still the serfs, though. We know our place. Don't worry.
We need an uprising. Viva la revolution! Pakaz, he's got shield behind him, so Pandamu will keep that Luna alive. But I don't know, it's not a comfortable lane anymore. As Broodmother's hit 4 and Bane just always on them.
His inventory is so green. Fairy Fire, Slippers, Gloves. All right, now he's got Agi Tread. Still green, still good. Green is good,
Green is good.
Lean, mean, green fighting machine. He's like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
We don't have a pizza item in Dota, do we?
What?
That's next, Ice Frog.
I think he's more health conscious, with the mango and everything.
Oh, the mango, the cheese.
Although fruit's a bait. I mean, let's be real. Fruit's not that great for you guys. The vitamins are cool now, but whew, some sugary. Up top.
Oh, Arena
Spear.
Yeah, Mars. Dark Margo's decided that top lane is his now. Sonic Wave does fly out onto him, and the X-Mark drags the Mars under the tower once more for Mr. Jeans to take down that Mars. It's going to feel pretty good as the Queen of Pain. I mean, Kunkka has died twice now. You're not too bothered about it. Queen of Pain getting a head start feels real nice.
I'm just disappointed that you go up top, you get a triple Sonic Wave, and you only get like one hero dying. You know? A little disappointing.
And what's Matthew doing? Matthew stunned up. And yet again,
I think he's feeding, Gary.
try and cogs himself out of here. He's dead.
Really wants that catapult to do some work up here. Willing to throw the body in to try and help it out.
It's just that single point in X-Mark is causing so many issues for him. Oh, Broodmother having a go at Luna. Insatiable hunger. And
okay,
the
this
TP.
is bad. When you are TPing out and the Brood's level 5, that is bad. I know that one. Not a good sign.
And into the jungle we go.
Yeah, we're out. Goodbye. All right, tier 2 tower, 12 minutes. Hokori win. That's my prediction.
What, bottom lane?
Yeah, that's what they need. They need bottom lane tier 2. Now, here's the issue, though, is that that's not going to happen because they have a mid-Mars. And he can cover that bottom lane pretty well, even when the spiders are up. And that's a pretty scary threat for a Broodmother because with the way Brood likes to play, Arena shuts down a lot of that, right? Like, coming in out of the trees, Arena Spear. Can be a little bit scary. You get the angles right.
Yeah, and then just like God's Rebuke, Spider's gone.
Yeah.
We'll see if they come down here. Tier 1 taking a beating. No glyph for the Radiant either. And they're just focusing on getting Dark Margo towards his first couple of items. I guess equally top lane, you know, it's being pressured. I guess equally is the wrong word. It is being pressured, but slowly taking damage compared to that bottom lane, which has already died.
Benno's like the only hero in the game that feels... Well, it's not the only hero, but it's definitely the one I always think of when I think of 2-2-2 builds. There's such good value points on all three of the first skills.
Let's see if Matthew can save him.
Though.
He chucks his spells out, but yeah, X-Mark boat and the Cold Feet snap. DD Queen of Pain's arrived. Matthew hiding behind the trees and bringing a couple of buddies. Walking over the Ice Vortex, though, and Dark Margo unable to get towards anyone.
My brain just got so confused. I thought he had denied him somehow because I saw the giant exclamation mark, and then I realized it was just from the cog. I was like, how did he reach him? How?
Ranged clockwork.
All these Queen of Pains, though, I've seen so many denies lately, especially like in the mid game or like after the talent comes out too sometimes. As down bottom though, there's that issue you can be afraid of. It just gets out. Oh, lucky Brood.
Doesn't look like she's got any spiders left. But she's like, just forcing the Mars down there, forcing the arena to be used like defensively, basically, means that the limited moves that Thunder Predator had now diminished even further. Like, we don't have level 6 Clockwork, so there's no hookshot initiation. We don't really have Venomancer or Luna making active plays because they are very static heroes, you know, innately.
Yeah.
So it's down to Dark Margo and his Mars to do everything in like the first 20 minutes, basically.
It is a huge time sink for Vitaly, though. Like, he's still walking back, and he's so slow. It looks pathetic compared to your normal Broodmother speed. Have to rebuild your army, but, you know, by the time he's back, the arena will probably be there again as he makes it to the tower. But like you said, like, okay, but then what's everyone else going to do? Now, they do have Pakaz just farming up a storm on the Luna, so it's not the worst-case scenario. Bold nightmare attempt here.
Yeah.
Just trying to see how many allies are around, I guess.
Just like the instant shield, and then Bane's like, I see. There's people behind you.
This is the I don't have a ward bait, you know? He's just pretending that he doesn't have this vision, seeing over these other supports nearby.
Mm-hmm.
He's a genius. Of course, they also have a sentry that actually sees that ward, I believe. Unless it... Oh, it's just outside, actually.
Is it just?
I think it is. That one by Bane right now. I don't think they see that. Oh, wait.
It's very close. The grip. Pakaz, not too bothered about it.
Did he self-canceled, but there was actually a torrent coming through and an ice blast, but I don't think... I don't know. They might have been able to do it.
It's just like another shield and, you know, the backup of like a Clockwork or someone who theoretically could be level 6 at this point.
Oh, that's
will
true.
be
Maybe it was
after
the shield.
tomes
My
consumed.
bad. It was probably a shield. I thought he just canceled because the Gale was coming, but I wasn't looking over at the ABBA.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either.
I mean, yeah, that is definitely one of those things too. Is that if you guys haven't played this matchup before, because it's a little counterintuitive, I feel like to a lot of viewers, is that you can just aphotic shield off Fiend's Grip, which feels really awful. Because you think of things like Black Hole or something, you're like, well, you can't like Fiend's Grip them off of that, but that, you know, it's still a unit target that Bane's got, so you can still dispel it. And yeah, it is very depressing when you're playing Bane, no doubt.
Yeah, it's like the panel was saying, playing Bane into Clockwork and Abaddon, Hookshot, Battery Assault, and Aphotic Shield, all ways to handle the grip. So Mars's home is bottom lane now. Just stay down here and deal with the Broodmother as best he can, and maybe even find a pick on the Bane.
Yeah. Well, he just had his Avo experience. There's his Clockwork experience.
Collect them all.
Sure, usually Fane, you will die to everyone on the team. You know, that's a pretty standard feature of playing the hero.
That's true. I don't know, you push Brood back for like 30 seconds, she farms 2-3 camps, comes straight back to the lane. Not really accomplished too much. What's she building? Because we saw, what was it, season 1 or 2, or both, Vitaly go for that pipe mech Greaves build on Brood, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't actually know what the hot stuff is. Brood is just so different from game to game, from pubs to pros. Yeah, I imagine Aura base still seems pretty solid to me.
Yeah.
Still get your
I guess
Orchid's also a pretty hot item right now too, but you know, there's an Ava, as you said, so I don't think we're going that direction.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask. Like, we've seen the Aura build, but there's also that like Diffusal BKB Ags, the Orchid, different ways to go. But they probably feel like they've got enough damage and control from Kunkka, Queen of Pain, who will have themselves what looks like a reasonably fast Orchid on the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, and Greaves are insane with the rum buff. They're so
yeah,
broken.
you're right.
Yeah, like.
Yeah, hey, is Kunkka rushing BKB or is he finishing Armlet? I'm looking at his quick buy in his inventory right now.
He doesn't
I'm genuinely
know.
confused. Oh, Dark Margo. He's got the Arena Spear. Vitaly, pretty tanky on the Brood, getting pushed back left and right, away from the cogs, and oh, are we getting out of sight? No! The hookshot's there from Matthew. Now the Bane gonna get closed in on by Pakaz. Another Lucent Beam will be there. And Thunder Predator bringing 4 heroes down to handle that Brood lane. Definitely alleviating some of the pressure.
The Mars Clock gank squad is just impossible to really get away from his Broodmother. Like between the flare and the hookshot and then just the arena to just like kill all the trees and let you actually see what the heck's going on. It's so useful for catching. In hindsight, this may have been a dangerous pick.
It may have been. Oh, the Lunar Hunting Squad walks straight into an Eclipse. Pakaz, Sonic Wave back, but Mr. Jeans is about to die to the Glaives, bouncing between himself and
Ice
Gareth.
Blast! It's 5 seconds away!
Oh, dearie me.
All right, turn and
No
burn.
shot for
No!
9. In comes Dark Margo. Spears the poor ancient apparition up against the side of the wall. That's some real snappy, decisive action from Thunder Predator, right? Bottom lane, onto the Brood, in their own triangle, defend the Luna.
That is very unfortunate timing. That was one of the bigger nerfs a while ago for AA, right? Last time AA was really popular. We got this scaling on the ulti. 60, 50, 40. And there's the big pain right there.
And they move even faster.
Oh, they're going to run into the Brood. But of course, see, there's the issue, though. You still have to deal with that because it's still a Brood. But I like it for finding. I'm surprised he didn't just, like, try and hookshot.
Yeah, probably worried about the spider army, but
yeah,
just like very, very quick moving from that. Like, it was literally like ping pong, bottom lane, triangle, bottom lane, just moving as quickly as they can to find these targets. And now it's Clockwork's turn. Gets spotted out, put into the torrent. Not dead just yet. Pops his wand and looks like he might just survive. In fact, as Thunder Predator destroy a massive army of spiders, causing my PC to explode, basically. And now aiming towards mid.
Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to plug in a keyboard. Who ever thought wireless was a good idea? Just kidding. It's actually pretty convenient. I do like it, except when I don't plug it.
Now I've been using a wireless mouse for a couple of years now. Best thing ever.
I can't do it. Too scary.
Hello, Matthew. Gardic throws his Ice Blast, and the boat's going to help keep him up and running, but again, there are just so many Thunder Predator heroes swarming around one target. They get the kill and move into tier 1.
When Dark Mago misses this kill on Brood, it's because his battery died in his mouse.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. See, that's why he couldn't kill him. That's why he just didn't let him walk away and not even bother trying. Not because he doesn't have Arena. Not because Spear and Broodmother don't mix that well. It's because his battery died. I just want you to know that the dangers of a wireless mouse.
So dangerous, Trent.
Yeah. And what about that, like, 0.00001 latency that you're achieving here? My mouse cable's only 5 centimeters long, so... Oh, no! Dark Mago!
Oh, that's a good spear. Oh,
that's
and a
safe.
stick charge. He's fine. Abaddon comes in just in the nick of time.
I got one rule. Don't give Panda the Abba. I feel like it's his most competent hero. He's just always there. And I like the way
and
the
dodges
team
the
let
Ice
him...
Blast as well.
Nice. Yeah. The team let him TP in first, right? Like, no one else is panicking in. If he's not the first TP in there, Dark Mago's definitely dead.
Oh, yeah. Dark Mago sidesteps the Ice Blast and comes straight back down bottom again. Vitali gets nightmared up, but transferred across, and they should be able to take him down. And in the meanwhile, they're also moving into that top triangle. Mr. Jeans throws the Orchid and a dagger onto Abaddon. And they do have this little bit of vision spotting them coming in at the same time. But that hook shot, Matthew throws a rocket flare and goes straight in towards him.
You don't want any piece of this guy.
No.
Wait, what?
Look how tanky Matthew is, though. 1500 HP, 11-1 charges. Queen of Pain is going for it, but with Pandamoo behind him, Matthew is feeling safe and sound.
Gets the piggy out of there, too.
Luna has BKB. Does she want to use it? Does she need to use it? The Dire just all run away.
The BKB first is so interesting on Yuma. Like, I mean, you pointed out, like, so long ago, we never really went back to it, but I feel like I just don't see this. It's not that expensive towards the arm. I don't know. With, like, compared to the speed at which you're also going to increase your farming, it seems kind of
it's like
odd.
something... I feel like I've seen it from mid-kunkers when you're behind, and you're like, okay,
Sure,
I can't go for whatever, halberd, armlet, radiance. I'll just buy a BKB. But yeah, I mean, it's not just the kunker either, right? The Luna also this game went for a very fast BKB. Goes back for the Dragonlance after disassembling. Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, BKB Luna, 12,000 net worth.
Feeling
Pakas
antsy
is
here.
having a great game. Onto the Bane. Almisho, a Nightmare. Slows down the advance from Luna, but Pakas
Beautiful.
still there.
Gives him the vision with the flare for the easy finish.
Can they kill Dark Mago bottom? No.
Dude, I feel like I haven't seen Oscar in so long. Just chilling.
What heroes he playing?
The Venno. Ever since that laning stage, he kind of hung around mid. He's just been holding the tower, playing a little tower defense here with his planting his wards, and well, as one would expect, they're just gonna head right into the Roche pit. Get this on
He's
their
buying all
Luna.
the small items.
Solar Crest as well there on Oscar, so this will be nice and quick. And what is the payoff here for Hokori? Nothing really. Dark Mago just continuing to hold this bottom lane. They're on the move though.
They're coming towards Roshan, who's not dead just yet. That Ice Blast causing some issues. Dark Mago does launch the spear towards the Brood. The Nightmare yet again, just keeping Vitali out of arm's reach, away from Pakas. Oh, the hook shot though. Matthew slices straight between three of them.
I think he
Cogs
missed
on
though.
Kunker, but there's no follow through. Who was he aiming for?
He was aiming for Vitali, but it just skirted right past. He even got like the little stun on the way by and caught those two in the back, I'm pretty sure, because Vitali kind of sidestepped a little bit there, and you can see the run buff wearing off there, still surviving, and heads to the jungle for the recharge.
Roshan delayed though. Radiant don't get their hands on it.
Now, remember that kill on the Bane used the Eclipse, so it's actually coming back fairly soon. It'll be about the same timing as the boat. They jumped though.
And she's got no BKB, but she's got the shield from Abaddon. They tried to Nightmare to stop him from saving, but in comes Dark Margot, aiming for the Bane. El Misho pushed back by the Cogs, and also zoning out the
another
Brood and the Queen of
save?
Pain. So Matthew survives thanks to the shield and the heal. And Oscar's joined. Oscar's playing Dota 2. He's clicking buttons and he's running away.
Retreat. He came in and snagged the kill on El Misho, so that's okay.
Oh! The instant annihilation. Rocket Flare plus the God's Rebuke.
Damn. That was 429 damage just from that rebuke. Absolutely smoked him. And back to finish off what they started there. Panda Boo / Panda Moo. What a game. Great heals,
Who
great
needs
saves.
items? Just Tranquil's one. That's all he needs.
I just love being able to run in and like threaten vision as Ava. It feels so good. He's the follow-up of Blink, Mars ulti, and Hookshot. Like some of the best you can get. Like next, what's next? Like Storm and Haunt, basically, I guess, or some of the other ones for in terms of just like the range of initiation that you have. And if they try and chase you, you're just pulling them into the bog. Just a little Polywog, a Venomancer Frog. Then my guy's gonna hit you with some cogs. If I had a timber saw, we cut down some logs. If there was Lycan,
Any
you could
more?
summon some dogs.
Oh.
If there was Windrunner, she goes for a jog. I think that's it.
You'll run out eventually. Dear me. I forgot what I was going to ask you now.
Sorry, yeah.
You've melted my brain with your rhyming abilities.
It's all the children's books, you know.
So much Dr. Seuss.
Yeah.
You can't handle it anymore.
Nah, he cheats. He just makes up words. That guy's a hack.
Isn't that like the defining
the
factor of a great poet?
It's like, oh yeah, okay. Congratulations.
Well, that's what Shakespeare did, and he's regarded as one of the literary geniuses. Just make up words. They'll become English language eventually. 300 years later, they'll put it in a dictionary for you.
The only one I know is eyeball.
That Shakespeare invented?
Yes, and I think crocodile.
I can't remember. There's like, I don't know.
It's a
tens of
humongous
words
list. It's
Yeah.
so many words. I mean, yeah,
like,
Shakespeare
literally-
was more than one person. Yeah, I don't know what the theory is these days. Dinosaurs have
really?
feathers too, guys. All right.
See, that one I'm down with.
Oh, that one's just true.
Dinos
Like,
are big birds.
Jurassic Park would not have looked nearly as cool with the big chickens running around. I'm just saying.
I don't know, man. You imagine a T-Rex being as fluffy as a chicken? Or he's got like parrot feathers, or...
I mean,
I
the
don't know.
fashion you could make would be fantastic. That's for sure.
Oh, hell yeah. People go wild for it.
Oscar gonna scout some tree lines here. Gonna be a Veno player. No.
Yeah, Hokori
El
kind
Misho?
of relegated to
Don't
spreading the map and split pushing.
Don't talk, El Misho. Be silent. I can't believe he's not warding in there right now. Of course, you never think of it. It's obviously just my bird's eye view. Oh, wait. What? Oh, panda move.
Pandamu senses something. Yeah. They're just going to go straight high ground.
Oh, but they got the warden
Luna with
behind,
Aegis.
too.
Straight onto that tier 3. Hokori have got to do something. They glyph the tower. Clear the creep wave. And now start filtering back and TPing.
Right. He's got a
Mount a
nightmare
defense of
panda.
this. But there's the spear back.
He's coming
Gets
in.
Sent down to the low ground.
El
Panda
Misho
Mu half
from
HP.
behind.
The boat is there. El Misho is coming in, but he's been pinged out. They
Team?
see him.
Team?
Pakas and Dark Margot, they're hunting for the Bane. He's all alone. The Scardy's slow, and there it is. Bane down with buyback available, though.
Oh, his play was so sick. He came in, he nightmares the Bane, and then he goes for the ulti onto the Luna.
Oh, they've got the Kunkka. Oh, he can't survive. No BKB for him. And that Mars Arena allows them to take down the Ancient Apparition too. Pakas still has Aegis and BKB, and it looks like that Nightmare has saved him from the X-Mark Torrent, while Pandamu just pops the borrowed time, runs away from the Broodmother. And Mars even going to buy back for this to secure this bottom lane of barracks for them, because Pakas is running rampant in the dire base, stopping any kind of recourse from Hokori. Vitali dying to damage over time thanks to Oscar and this Venoman, so just pummeling them, slowing down Mr. Jeans.
Oh, give it to
the
him.
Scardy's slow is too much, and the Rampage handed over to Pakas Luna, who's had a perfect game. 8-0-3, closing in on 20,000 net worth, 25 minutes in, and the first set of barracks is dropping. Ice Blast launched in, clips onto the Abaddon. No borrowed time for 10 seconds, and they are going to be able to bring down the first life of the Luna. Finally, getting something. Also, Cold Feet snapping onto the Venomancer. Mr. Jeans will clear him up, and Yuma's Kunkka getting involved. Pakar's going to get dragged back. Can Dark Margo do anything to save him? He's holding a BKB. The Mars will fight, and Luna will join him, turning onto the Queen of Pain. Has she got a blink? Can she escape? No! Dead for 90 now, and Vitali is eventually going to get the Pakar's kill. Dark Margo did buy back to come into this fight, so he can't be losing his life now.
Oh my god. All of this started from El Micho hiding in the tree line, and then essentially, like, I'm just feeling so comfortable. He goes back in!
He goes back in!
That ward!
What is he up to? What a madman. Well, he's got Panda Moo behind him, right? He's got that shield and heal, so he can keep moving forward. They've spent so much on this. What, 2 buybacks from the Radiant? I think 2 buybacks from the Dire as well, but the barracks will crumble.
Oh, man. I'm just so sad this whole setup didn't work. Like, they're so far behind. They need that one thing, and then Bane's lurking in the trees. It's like the dream of where it can be done, but they just couldn't get the team on the whole page, and, like, actually was able to remove Panda from that first engagement and didn't end up mattering. And I mean, Thunder Predator just played so well this entire game. I think the patience that they've shown is the most important thing versus a Broodmother lineup, is you don't, like, panic, and they didn't give too much attention to the Brood's lane. I think Dark Mago did a great job of just being there the appropriate amount, farming up, leaving to do other stuff, coming back, pushing the wave out, farming it up a little bit. There's no panic.
Like, what, 5 minutes in, Luna leaving the lane, right?
Yeah.
Like, it feels bad in the moment where you're TPing away from a level 5 Brood to go AFK jungle, but everyone else has picked up the pieces where they needed to.
And the way they play in this fight, too, just Gareth, great initiations, and I got a rampage. It's a pretty good start to your day, I would say. And to a series.
Yeah, super. Feel good for him. I mean, Pakar's, I feel, has been one of the star players of the SADPC, no matter what team he's been playing on. What, his Anti-Mage, his Medusa, his Luna, whatever kind of fast farming hero he's playing, he's always breaking records and doing insane stuff. As Dark Margo on the Queen of Pain, Mr. Jean's going to BKB and blink away.
Not what you're hoping for there. Was that the 7 seconder? Oh, that was the 8. Okay, we got the 7 left now. Well,
Your base is about to be under attack, though.
logic dictates that they should just wait for Roche. You know, we're a minute away. Will they do so? I don't know.
That's a DD rune. If Luna or Mars get their hands on this. Is Dark Margo going to take it? Yep, bottles it up. El Micho TPing away from bottom. As Matthew was starting to lurk behind. Is Matthew going to go for this? Hello, Ancient Apparition with a Force Staff. You're going to use your Force Staff now? Oh, I've got one of my own. Silenced up by the Orchid now, though, so Hook Shot is going to have to wait. That Sonic Wave Ice Blast. Not what he expected.
Gareth, tip him. Come on, tip him for game 2. Get the mentality going.
Is that your strat, the think ahead tip?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you only got so many per game, and you just got that kill. You know, you might as well find something. Some motivation. But he says, you know what? I would do that, but this game's not over. We're going to make this comeback. Seems unlikely, but I'll let you have a shot at it.
Yeah, we'll find this Venomancer. We'll find this Mars. Oh, the Mars will find us. DD Dark Margo. Oscar is going to get pulled into the grasps of Yuma, but Dark Margo is just slicing the backlines of Hokori. 2 supports down, no buyback, and Kunkka. Sans BKB. Just pummeled into the ground. And Thunder Predator know that they're in a 5 versus 2 right now.
Well, this is my second game of casting Ava today, and just thinking, like, man, what a hero. I know it has its bad games sometimes, but like when you get out of the laning stage and you're just like an average to above average farm support, it feels really good to play this hero. Why is it so easy for him to get all these saves this game? I guess because there's not a lot disrupting him if you look towards their team fight. Well, number one, they're ahead, right, as Thunder Predators. That's always going to make your life as a support easy. But there's also not a lot of like real obstructions getting in his way. I feel like his positioning, he's been doing a great job utilizing fog and tree lines, but he's also just sticking near the carries that matter, and this looks easy.
Yeah, I mean, Hokori, give it one last go here before calling it, but this game is most certainly over. I think it's also coming back to a point Winter made. When you pick AA and Bane as your, first and third pick, you don't have an Earth Spirit, you don't have a Tusk or a Clockwork, you don't have that hero that goes in and makes shit happen. You are fully reliant on your Broodmother disrupting laning stage, your Kunkka and Quap coming out of lane with something and doing something. But when Thunder Predator have an overfarmed Luna, which Abaddon can sit behind, the Mars and the Clockwork can play together and pair together the entire game, and Oscar's Venomancer, you said it like 15 minutes in, oh yeah, he's in this match doing some stuff somewhere, getting farm which no one else was getting. Everything clicked into place for Thunder Predator.
Yeah, just some classic heroes for them, and that they know how to perform this kind of a lineup. So when they're handed that, and also Hokori going for the Broodmother, which of course is going to be a pretty boom or bust style hero. This was a bust. Maybe Huskar will work out better for them in the next game.
That is the question, right? Panel, Alvo, do you think Hokori are going to cheese or attempt to again in game 2, or do you think this is Thunder Predator's series to win?
All right. What's up, Winter? What do you thought of this game?
Bowie, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. What did you thought of this game, man?
The Brood didn't really work out. I actually forgotten that you only get spiders later. That's why I was thinking, oh, do they have to switch the lanes? You actually don't have to do that until later in the game when you can just move your Mars over to the lane. But I mean, the Abaddon actually worked. I think wonderful this game. He was able to just disrupt so much of the control from the Bane, the A, the Kunkka. The fights were just so difficult for them.
Yeah, I also feel like they were pretty close in some big rotations that didn't really close out. I think there was a time where Quap blinked into the triangle, got destroyed by the Eclipse. They didn't have a blast, so Luna
Oh
lives.
yeah, that one.
Yeah. And then bottom, there was rotation with Fiend's Grip on Mars, and he was like 10 HP. I think he had like the armor and HP region from the tier 2 tower. So it really felt like their momentum kind of got put to a close, and I also just feel like Thunder Predator played better. They just grouped up with their power spikes, and the game was over.
Yeah, I feel like when you have Kunkka and you have the Queen of Pain, and you're losing the early fights, and you don't really have a a proper offlane hero, you have a Brood, then because you're supposed to win all those fights at that stage when you have this kind of setup, and if you let the game drag out without any advantage, the Luna is just gonna outscale you. She was like, I think at one point around 6-7K ahead of the Kunkka, or maybe even 8K. So it was just pretty devastating for them to deal with the Luna. They had no answers.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, I liked the Brew last pick, but when you actually talked about it, you have two supports with pretty much no stuns, right? And you get this Brood. Like, he really cannot make any plays because your carry has to make plays, but then who's actually farming there? The Brood? Like, it definitely felt weird in that regard.
Well, I think it could work if they actually made better rotations. Especially like you mentioned, the kill, the attempted kill on the Luna when she was doing Ancients. They did just a 2-man rotation with the A and the Quap instead of bringing one more hero. Yeah, they could have brought one more hero. I felt like yeah, this is the one. I felt like they needed one +1 here instead of just 2 of them.
Yeah, the Quap definitely didn't expect so many points in Lucent Bean already, and she didn't have Orchid, so I think it was kind of obviously if they had another hero, they would have gotten the kill. But I think the jump from Mr. Jeans was pretty hasty, so kind of unfortunate at the end of the day. Yeah,
he had to. I think he had to wait a little bit more before he blinked in.
Yeah. But it was nighttime. Luna had the advantage.
Sorry, and also before that, I think she actually TP'd top with his first Sonic Wave, and he only got 1 kill. That was also pretty bad for him.
Yeah.
And the carry died. He couldn't save the carry.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I do like Hokori though. I think they are very inventive with their picks. I love this Kunkka carry, the Brood. I hope they kind of iron out the draft a little bit, but overall I like that they're very inventive. In general, that's very refreshing. I don't like seeing the same hero every draft.
I mean, they are in the right direction. I feel like whenever you are the underdog and you feel like if you play something normal, it's really hard to have a good chance of winning.
Good chance.
Going for a strat like this is almost Like every time it's a pretty good idea, it gives you some extra chances to win. I mean, sure, they didn't really execute as well, but I like the fact that they're thinking that way. We have to try something different, take them out of their comfort zone, do something that they are not expecting us to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if they, by any chance win a couple of these games, then you pretty much get some extra bans for yourself. The next drafts are going to be a little easier because they might be forced to ban Brood and stuff. We'll see if they can take the game 2. I don't think it was like a super stomp, but definitely Thunder Predators seem more solid. So let's see if they can get a better draft from Hokori. That was pretty nice to watch overall.
I mean, it was just mainly, I feel like a huge part of it was the heroes. Like when they opened the draft, it was what Conka plus Bane. Was
Yep.
it? Yeah, Conka plus Bane, and then there was a Abaddon to reply, and they still picked the AA after that. Then it means that the Abaddon counts as an extra hero, and
Mhm.
and you don't get anything done in the laning phase. So then it becomes apparent that during the mid game, your heroes are countered by the shield, the aphotic shield.
Yeah.
Right. I agree with the points. There was a game we saw earlier today where a team kind of forced a Tinker Bounty Hunter strat, right? And it was like the same idea of it,
Oh, I
like
watched that
cheese,
game.
but the thing, yeah, you saw that. But the things that around it just didn't really work out, right? Like the idea was correct one, but there were a couple of mistakes in the draft beforehand that kind of led them to a difficult position, and this seemed like that kind of game, right? I mean, we already talked at the draft about how difficult it was to play Bane, but I think it applied to just in general the support strategy. I'm happy to see cheese, but maybe these pocket strats should be a whole pocket strat thought of from the beginning, right? To kind of force this, even if I like the Konka carry. So that was maybe, I mean, besides the execution itself, right? Where I think the Thunder Predator is just kind of classed them a bit.
I mean, it could have been a last minute thing. They felt like, oh, their supports don't really deal with
Yeah,
Brood,
exactly.
the Spiderlings, and their cores might not be able to, move very well, and they wanted to. Because sometimes, I feel like certain players when they look at Brood, they look at, oh, if I'm playing against this carry that needs to, do a lot of jungling, it's good to pick Brood because you can kill the tower quickly. Because the support can't really stop you, and then you invade the jungle and you stop him from farming the jungle. You take over the jungle. So that could also be one of the ideas behind picking Brood. I'm not really sure why. What's the main purpose there? But I mean, overall, it felt like it wasn't really planned, like you say. They are like planning a draft around Brood. I don't feel like they planned the draft around the Brood like that. It was just suddenly they felt like it was a appropriate pick for that game.
What do you feel like we should see here from Hokori in game number 2? Do you think the cheese? I mean, you always said the cheese star was the right. Well, this kind of idea is the right way to go, right? What is the refinement that you'd like to see here?
Maybe the opening, because if you open with more especially the support duo, you open with a more balanced setup, then it's gonna enable you to pick more different heroes later. You have more options as your last pick. But this game, I don't think they're gonna have last pick, right? This game, because it's gonna
Probably
be
not.
yeah,
I'm
it's
not
gonna
sure.
be a switch over. So their draft, I don't think they can rely on the cheese so much when you don't have the last pick.
That's true. Bowie, you talked about how you pick these heroes, and sometimes maybe you force a ban on the Brood right towards the end. Like, this is a good idea, but do you think after this snoping it's really going to change your drafting strategy? They seem to have responded to this pretty well, to be honest.
Yeah. I meant that like if they win a couple of games with cheese, they do claim the. But so far, yeah, didn't feel that impactful. I mean, it actually felt impactful, honestly. Like when they showed that rotation with the Sonic Wave top from the Clop. I just remember that Winter was talking about the fact that taking that tower early and occupying the jungle would probably slow down the farm of the Luna. Maybe if they rotated bottom instead of top, they would be able to take that tower earlier. Because the Brood by itself, it's so easy for the Mars to sit in that lane, and then like she doesn't really do anything. And then sure, you're farming a Brood, but she has I think she went pipe, right? So what do you really do with that? But it's weird. They were pressuring the Kanka a lot, Clop fell forest. They don't get any kills. Then everything just snowballs so hard out of that.
I do like that you mentioned that, though, because it seemed like the whole plan that they had from the draft in the get-go was just it was being built as the game went around. A moment that I loved from the cast that I also thought was very indicative of Hokori's strength was when Gareth goes, I don't know if he's building BKB or Heartland. I'm not really sure what the Konka is starting to build. And he had half of both items. And to be honest, Helm of the Iron Will as a first item just to sustain in lane is fantastic, right? So that's perfectly fine. But that was the idea of if you have to rush BKB on your carry Konka, that's not the best of positions to be in to begin with, right? So you're already in that position where you can't really utilize your strengths of your heroes. And Hokori was trying to adapt to that. I really commend teams that do that. but against Thunder, we need to see something with more of
I
an.
mean, then again, if you watch a lot of the recent games, I don't think it's that rare anymore that you see carries or any mid hero that needs a lot of farm. They are getting BKBs early because of how fast the game is being played right now. And if you look at the enemy lineup, the last game they had so much magic
No, it's a good
damage. You know,
idea.
Banner, Mars, yeah, it's a pretty good idea. Even though you don't want to, usually you don't really want to get BKB early. You want to delay as much as you can. But I think in that game in particular and in the current meta, most of the time in a lot of games that you feel like if you want to defend your map or if you want to attack the opponent's part of the map, you have to get a BKB.
Do you think when you get a BKB, do you think when you get a BKB as a first item, it's kind of indicative of like you need to cover a lot of holes in your draft though?
I don't think so. I don't think it's necessarily the
Okay.
case because sometimes it's just the lineup of the opponent having a massive amount of spell damage from the get-go, so you don't really have a choice,
Right? Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I mean.
You
right?
you could also do it when the enemy has a lot of spell damage. If you have a save on your team, say you have an Oracle, then maybe you could skip the BKB. So it also kind of depends on your own team's composition.
True. Okay. Fair enough. We'll see what happens as we're in draft weekend number 2, by the way. And Hokori, I'm interested. Their drafts, if anything, as Bowie said, are exciting. So I'm excited to see what they come up with this time. I love their Alk off lane. I wish they would combine it with something a bit more sensible than the anti-mage. Maybe they could pull it off this time.
I mean, Bowie, would you say they are the most exciting team in the SA DPC?
In draft?
In
Yeah, in
Division 1,
drafting.
yeah, I would say so. So far, they've been the most inventive for sure.
Yeah. I feel like I remember
we
when
had
you
to
saw
see
Beast
the
Ghost.
mid Sand King from Mini. So until we see that, Hokori definitely has the crown.
Do you remember when you saw Beast Ghost, Bowie? And at first they were like really inventive when they're kind of the underdogs, and then they established themselves with more of their style, and then they stopped being as inventive, at least in DPC, right?
Yeah.
I think Hokori is that Beast Ghost when they were more hungry and they were a bit worse, right? And they kind of are trying to get by crazier ideas. That's what excites me about them personally.
I mean, I think the more stable you get as a team, the less inventive you get.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
And I also feel like once you're being forced to be inventive just because you're losing, it's so hard to get your footing, right? Because you're like, all right, let's try this. Then you try this other thing, and then you're just moving from strategy to strategy, but you're not really like executing any of those really well. So
Right.
I would
maybe-
say, I would say in a lot of cases, right? If your team is playing an opponent that you guys can't win, and usually some guy in the team, before the pre-game or during the team discussion, you say just since we can't really beat them, just give me this hero. Sometimes sometimes teams just plan the draft because a certain player that you trust obviously a lot in the team just gives a suggestion that I just want to play this hero. I want to make them not play Dota, those kind of heroes.
Right, I understand. We go into that's an interesting idea. I would like to think of Hokori like that as well, to be honest. Thunder, they start out with Mars and Snapfire once again bang the Storm, so they got Mr. Gene's covered there. And Mars Snapfire, this was the combo, interestingly enough, that the old Thunder, the Lava now, used to run all the time at TI with very little success, but in the current DPC it's been pretty strong.
Yeah, I don't know.
think
I feel like
Sorry, I think Snapfire is still pretty strong.
Yeah,
in
she is.
overall. No matter
no, I
if you
feel
go
like-
for the Scatterblast or the Little Shredder.
I feel like if you ban Centaur, Tidehunter, and you just give away Mars Snapfire, you're doing something wrong. I feel like this is probably the strongest opener in Dispatch, Mars Snapfire. I feel like it's like the lane is incredible. You have a lot of flags. I don't like this. I don't
Tight
feel like yeah, bad
what about
enough.
Tight Snapfire? Tight Snapfire should be second.
Yes, I think the Tide ban is fine. I don't agree with the Centaur though.
Yeah, why the Centaur? I was surprised by that too. I was going to ask you, Bowie.
I mean,
Because Oscar plays it,
usually-
but it's not like his wow. Oh, look, Oscar Centaur.
does he have a high win rate on or something?
I mean, decent, but it's not like it stands out. I mean, by that logic, Underlord also stands out for Oscar. They're.
And I mean, I don't know if I am banning. If I can choose between banning Mars or Centaur, I'm banning Mars.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, it's. I'm not sure. I understand, but maybe they have a plan here. I think the Mars felt pretty strong last time. Obviously, it was against the Brute, so you do get more value.
but I mean, this seems very easy for TP so
So-
far.
What would Centaur
You know,
counter?
Mars is like becoming like a new standard off lane. You know, like it's not really. It's like a replacement to LC. It's never really good or bad. Never really bad to pick him. He's
Yeah.
always gonna be useful,
Yeah,
and he's even better than LC because his team fight is much stronger.
You're also giving Mars away to Thunder Predator, it flexes it to 5 very often. So
Oh,
now
good point.
I think
Not the case
to
here,
Them,
but they can.
yeah.
Oh wait a
You get
second.
the
No, that
bait.
was old Thunder Predator, not the current one, right? It was Wu. It was Lava.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
dude. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
It's okay.
Alright,
I get it.
report-
I've called them
reported.
noping. I've called
No,
them noping
reported.
6 times. No, Winter, stop. You're from SCA. You don't get to say here. This is SA Panther. You don't. You gotta sit in the corner. You can talk about team motivate trust if you want to. No, I'm joking, Winter. They picked up the Bane here, so it's not gonna be flexed. That's for sure. That's a much better Bane pick, but it's still against Abaddon. Why this obsession of the Abaddon, of picking Bane into Abaddon? Is the Pango enough to justify it?
No, I think it's because and the Pango usually he's just gonna be so far away from the Abaddon because you roll and you're super fast, so the Abba can't really keep up to you. So he feels like he will be able to Fiend's grip targets most of the time because there's gonna be a huge distance between Abba and Pango. I'm fine with this. It's also really good in lane. They're pretty much swapping the Abba with the Bane.
Yeah, I mean it's still fine, right? I like the Abaddon with the Kunkka. I think it's pretty because the Kunkka is the whole idea of like I'll be the carry, but I'll also tank you. So Abaddon can protect him to a degree. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind having save with a tanky carry, right? Because you don't want him to be stunned and ignored. That's always the biggest issue.
So what do you pair with? They went for the co-op, and I actually didn't mind the co-op Kunkka that much, but I feel like maybe they have to pick an offlaner that plays higher tempo instead of that Brood, because it felt like they couldn't really abuse their power spikes.
Interesting.
They go hood. It could be
Interesting.
Pango,
Pango's the
right?
offlaner, I guess.
Yeah, Pango's the offlaner. Yeah, I mean it makes
They could be
sense. Right?
flexing, but yeah. Pango mid is decent.
I mean I've never seen Mr. Jeans play Pango mid though.
Hmm.
I know Vitali's a Pango mid player. I don't think Mr. Jeans plays Pango mid.
Yeah, I don't really think the hero is also as good as a mid hero now. I think he's
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
he's much more suitable on off lane slash support
Mhm.
sometimes.
Mm,
Oh,
Try
Rider against Abaddon. Okay.
But I guess he's thinking like this eliminates the
Mid-bad,
potential
right?
Kunkka mid.
That as well. That as well.
It has to be mid bad Rider. Tarek Mago is the one that plays it. Like there's
Yeah.
I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's still rather strange. Right? You don't really know your matchup, and there's a Abaddon, there's a counter. I mean, strange, very strange.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that Mago
as
still
Thunder
has like 4
Predator,
heroes.
you just ban Co-op and you ban what? Maybe
Wouldn't you
Void
ban?
Spirit?
Wouldn't you
I mean, I
ban?
don't
like, carry,
really
like,
mind.
mids?
I don't really mind playing against any of the spirits if I'm Black Rider mid. Yeah, I think just
yeah,
co-op.
but I see. And you think you
It's-
ban like? I mean, you have to ban a mid hero though, right? So maybe
Yeah.
Puck?
Lina?
most likely.
Is Lina Puck?
Lina is playable actually. It's not easy, but it is playable against
Yeah.
Bat Rider.
I like the Puck idea more though. I do like the Puck very much because he also scales. Because you need something that scales the Kunkka, right? You can't just have a mid later that's only for space.
Mm-hmm. I think he can also go to the backlines. He can stop the Snapfire Kisses. He can stop the Bane Fiend's Grip.
Yeah.
He
That's a good
doesn't
point.
care about Arena.
Mm-hmm. Are you liking the draft for now, Winter? You didn't comment much on the Hokori draft. Do you think this is a solid draft? It looks a bit wonky to me.
You mean for Thunder Predator
No, for Hokori.
Hokori.
or Cory? I mean, they could have a plan, where with their last pick.
Okay.
I mean, we don't have to understand it, but I'm just, saving my judgment till I see the last pick.
They could have a plan.
That's how you know Winter is a top tier analyst. That's the right answer. the saving phase.
Yeah, thanks for trying to throw me under the bus.
What? I would never do that. I just complimented you. You're wonderful, Winter.
No
Thank you for
desserts
joining
you
us.
when you come back to Malaysia.
I don't need desserts. I just want the broth. Give me the broth recipe, Winter. You never sent it to me.
Oh wait, what is this? Like a ramen recipe? What's going
No,
on?
no, he just showed me this incredible place which has the best broth I ever tried in my life. But apparently it was a bad day for it, so I can't wait to go again and try the real good broth.
Even on its 70% day, it was still good enough for Alvaro.
Okay.
So Winter is okay dot analyst, but he's a really good food analyst, right? He's top tier.
All right. I want to taste that broth. Maybe after COVID.
Yes, please.
Malaysia major.
Morphling ban.
Yeah, the next KR major, man.
Yeah, I mean it's playable versus Batrider. I don't think that's really Mr. Gene's hero, nor.
Sometimes
Yeah, I'm
Do they think Kunkka's gonna be
sometimes you
mid?
need to, you need to just let the draft roll. You don't have to try to understand the draft.
I see you're flowing with it, huh? It's like the universe, the Lao Tzu way. I mean, I can see the Morphling being kind of useful against Thunder Predator's draft, though. I don't think it's a bad pick. It's not a Hokori pick. Oh,
hello,
hey,
Trent. Beautiful.
I don't know how Hokori make this work, honestly. I think Pockets might be their best option here.
I like Puck. I feel like they're still in that position where they don't really have a true carry, which is fine if I was more confident
Pick a carry,
with
pick a
Hokori.
carry, maybe pick PL. Pick something. Put the
Oh,
Kunkka
PL's
behind
fine.
them.
Goes mid.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
tell the Kunkka, okay, sorry, bro, go feed against the Bat Rider. The Abaddon is gonna hold TP. Just tell me when you're getting dived, I'm gonna TP.
Slark, let's go.
Okay.
That's actually true. That's actually not that bad. Yeah.
Yeah, Slark is okay also. I mean, sometimes for the draft to have to work, you need to
What the
sacrifice something. Huh?
The hell is this
Why?
mid AA?
Is this Hoodwink mid? Maybe?
No, but it destroys all trees. Like you can't stun the Batrider because of
AA
Firefly.
is gonna melt. There's no way AA
It
can
has
mid
to be
against
AA.
Bat Rider.
It has.
Is
He's
Zenzi
made
this
out of
game?
ice. What are you talking about?
No, is
He's
Zenzi this
literally
game?
ice. Yes.
I
that's what
I
want.
refuse to believe it. There's no way they're putting mid AA versus Bat Rider. That's suicide. That actually.
Then who?
Yes.
Squirrel.
No, the Pengo is better than the Squirrel because he can swashbuckle.
Oh yeah, Pengo's best. Yeah, and then what? Abaddon offlane? Is that your plan?
AA offlane.
Okay,
You know,
I
what if
guess
it's
I'm gonna
Abaddon?
have,
What if it's Abaddon mid?
no.
That's not terrible. I mean, the Beast Coast will
Right?
do that, but I'm pretty sure
Yeah?
Hokori's not gonna.
Yeah,
do
but
it.
then you have a better mid. Then what are you gonna buy? Radiance?
Yeah,
you-
exactly.
you just
Radiance
AFK.
Echo Saber. Yeah.
Midas Radiance, obviously.
Midas Radiance. Yeah.
Oh god.
Get me out.
What is this draft, dude? That is
I'm
way
not
too much
sure.
inventiveness. Like I know I said it was good, Hokori, but you guys went too far.
I think that's a safe lane
Very
TA, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay,
Yeah.
safe
Yeah,
lane
that's a safe
TA.
lane TA. Okay, what I care about is
Oh,
it's Abaddon. It's Abaddon mid.
Oh
God.
no!
I'm the true SA analyst. All right,
Okay,
guys, bow
Radiance.
down.
Radiance is coming.
I mean, it's great versus TA, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
Yeah,
that bad of an
yeah.
idea. I
Yeah.
would say this might be a better thing than the Brute last game.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might be right.
Has more
honestly.
potential. He has more
Yep.
potential.
I just
Look,
feel like he's
it-
gonna be AFK the whole game. The Kunkka's not gonna have enough levels to rotate, but I mean, sure, I'm down.
I mean, he doesn't have to go.
very
He
late
doesn't have to
here.
go Radiance. He can just go for fighting items. Go for a
Right,
solar.
Echo
go
Saber.
for Vlads, maybe
Drums,
Echo Saber. I don't know.
Vlads,
Yeah, get drums maybe. Yeah, just get early game items. You don't have to go Radiance.
I like the drums, like Falcon Blade into drum, something like that, and just kind of like fight all the time. Yeah, I actually don't mind that.
Yeah.
Hokori might lose games, but their entertainment value is through the roof. At least they're trying. Like this is some of the more interesting games you'll see this season.
Yeah, I mean, they might be in 2024, but I'm down to watch this. This is cool.
This is the draft that will win them TI someday. We're gonna just wait and see. But for now, we're gonna have the casters that will someday cast this draft win TI. Of course, I have faith in them. It's gonna be Gareth and Trent.
Yeah, just give me a second here because I'm trying to wrap my head around this one.
What?
About Abaddon's going mid. We talked in game one about like lane swaps and trying to figure out who's going where. Do you want to match this hero against this? This game seems like that, but even more so. Like, does Dark Margo want to move away from mid because the Abaddon is now mid? What's going on?
Yeah, definitely seen this one before. I've also seen it. I don't know. It kind of reminds me of the Slark matchup, where sometimes it's like, oh yeah, well, it's obviously going to be good, and then sometimes it doesn't go so well. A lot of it depending on the experience you have in the matchup, and oh well, there's some good experience running mid. I think they spotted the fact that Jack Mago placed that. It looked.
I
like
think
it.
so too. It did look like it, yeah. And then you've got the safe lane TA, the South American special. We saw HFN kick that off in a previous season. A lot of people started copying him, and Pakar's going to be picking it up here as well. So that leaves Oscar on the Mars, Dark Margot's the mid bat rider, then Pandamoo and Matthew on your Bane and Snapfire.
All right, so here's the plan. We're going to get items on Mr. Jeans, and we're going to hit towers. All right? I don't want to see a Radiance. I want to see, like, I don't know, some, like, phase drums and things, and we do stuff. Do stuff items.
Run at people.
We run at towers. Towers don't move because your chase, frankly, it's not that great. You don't have any great initiators. I mean, you've got X and you've got maybe a potential Pango Blink, but it's not quite, spirit level initiation here where you're hopping around the
So we
map.
want, like, Phase, Echo, SNY, AC, Basher.
Yeah, those items, you know?
Some
I
real
don't know if
carry
any items will work for this, but that's
We'll
what
see.
I'm theorizing.
Look at Pakar's down in that bottom lane, by the way. Hidden, melded,
Oh, a double meld
Waiting.
intro.
on Vitali.
Oh, he's got a lot of
What's
armor.
this? Half HP straight away?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Now, imagine if he didn't start with 6 armor there. You know?
Yeah.
It's actually
basically be
terrifying.
dead.
Yeah, like, actually. Oh, great.
I mean, we saw that. It was the Kyiv Major. We saw Nothing to Say. I can't remember who he played against, but it was like TA versus Ember. Went for meld level 1 and solo killed the Ember twice.
It's pretty nasty.
Some
Fool me
disgusting
once,
stuff.
shame on me, you know.
Has been killed.
Right,
Meld
wrong
is
way.
one hell of a spell.
All right, well,
did you say,
safe lane
shame on
TA
you?
Yeah, I did it the wrong way. It's fine.
I didn't
You know,
even know. You
Dota's
shouldn't
all
have said
just
anything.
shame. No.
I knew what you were saying.
I think safe lane TA players should be ashamed because, you know, this isn't where she belongs. She just wants to go home to the mid lane. Do you know how far away she is from Ancients down here? They're so far. They're way over there.
So far.
But, of course, with safe lane SFs and everything, and even, of course, last season, we had a lot of safe lane TA thanks to our good friend HFN. So not too surprising for us down here.
And I guess if your plan is anywhere close to game 1, 4.5 minutes in, you're going to say, screw bottom lane, I'm going jungle anyway.
Yep.
Leave
plan.
someone else down there.
Oh, you get a snap, too. I love it when that happens when I'm playing Snapfire. Mars gets, get a kill with my Mars, then TP down bottom. Just soak up some waves. Feels great.
Get level 6. Yeah.
Get more kills with my Mars. A life. Unfortunately,
Matthew.
another. This looks like last game.
Yeah, Torrent, Cold Feet, forces the Fairy Fire. Oh, that final hit from the AA launches it out.
I love how it was exactly how he died last game. It was Takunka and AA, and the X came out, and then, okay, well, he didn't need the X this time, but he landed the freehand turret, and he just died.
No chance of survival. Right, that mid lane. Panel talks about it, we talked about it. We've not really looked at it. How is it actually playing out?
Well, it's supposed to be a lane for ABBA, where you can go mid, and because core ABBA in itself is pretty off these days, unless you find some strange situations. So Beast Coast used to do it in the position 1, and they made it look pretty cool by essentially doing fast 5 or 4 hero rushes at towers and utilizing the Curse of Avernus. And we've seen other teams try and run it in the mid lane versus this Bat Rider because you can just spam out the very low cooldown Dispel of a Photic Shield. You can bully under the tower, you can run at them. I'd be a little nervous about some of the potential rotations in terms of a deep dive, right? What if Bane TP's in? That could be a little bit nasty. But overall, I would guess the Mr. Genius does fairly well here.
Yeah, he's got free mana, free HP from Wand. Just keep spamming that shield. And Dark Margot sitting at 6 CS compared to the Abaddon's 12 and 11. Those denies are starting to really stack up.
Well, this is a big
That
move,
rider
though.
goes.
Yeah, the level 4. Oh, man, he's oh, dude,
Does he keep-
don't stay there for
Does
so
he
long!
keep going? 5
Oh,
Wand, Fairy Fire ready.
Crazy.
Mr. Gene's really playing with fire right now.
Oh, I feel like he took 200 more damage than he needed to there. All for the CS, though. He does it for the last hits.
Yeah. I mean, that's now Bat Rider with no bottle charges. Does have a bounty rune to come back to. But he's depleted the majority of what he had in the tank. So we just see Mr. Jeans get even more CS.
And he's
Try
got
and
an
go for that
Orb of
top
Venom now,
rune.
too.
Ooh.
Oh. Run away. Good rotation, but
sees the
he is covered bottom.
Snapfire, doesn't want it to be involved with that. Well, you'll just be Abaddon farming away there. And top lane, Snap moved. That gave an opening to Gardic
Bottom.
to get the pull back as...
Yeah, they were trying to make a play happen by bringing out Misho, but Vitali really did not want to use the Swashbuckler, obviously, because he needs it for his escape, so... No real opportunity here. Just going to get a Sal from his support, though.
Yeah, keep him in that lane. And El Misho making sure Pandamu doesn't get any pulls off, like Gardic has been doing top, and that has in turn forced Oscar to try some wave dragging, but Yuma one step ahead pulls the Radiant Wave back into his own one.
Good pull down right now, though, off this hard camp. Aka's pulls up, and now they're not going to go for it. Okay. Mid lane, though, yeah. Coming under the tower. Nice aphotic there. That got a ton of last hits. Dark Mago still holding about the same gap here. Hard time catching up. And some of that's probably neutrals, too.
Dire's structures
Yeah, I think so. Dire glyphing. Is that for the mid lane?
Oh, how did
It's
that
also
spear not
for-
hit?
Oscar and Matthew chasing Gardic. Ancient Apparition, go on. Give it a go. Oh, the high ground observer ward. Does he want the courier kill? Turn around for the courier, buddy. Yeah, there we go. 2 hits.
courier.
And they're just going to leave him. It's not worth chasing. There's Gardic AA, apparently.
He's got no way to stun him, I guess. Or at least he didn't think he would go for it if he stayed close.
It does mean Matthew dewards the ancient camp, which had been blocked up by the AA, though, and making some real big stacks for that TA. Pakas currently being chased down by Vitali.
Oh, nice. Using the little shredder, just that extra range to guarantee the double stack. Ooh, real good.
Super nice.
Pakas?
Pakas in the meanwhile. Yeah. Caught
Meld?
up against the trees. Oh.
Oh, he wants
Vitali
it.
also
dude,
close
dude,
to death.
don't do it. Don't do it.
Go
so
for
scared.
it.
I'm so scared.
Go try on that hoodwink.
He's just running away and taunting. He's like, please, don't bait me, Panda.
Oh, another little grab there from the bushwhack.
Is it instances? Oh, it is instances, isn't it?
The bushwhack, yeah, a little ticks of damage, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it actually kills a lot of your refractions.
Doesn't feel too good as the TA, but what is it? Almost 7 minutes in, Pakas is like, okay, jungle time.
There's so
Don't
many
want to be bottom
stacks.
anymore.
And he could even stack this if he wanted to.
What's his net worth at now? 3,000. So in the next couple of minutes, he's gonna like double his net worth basically.
He's gonna be absolutely massive.
And what is this? Is it like a quadruple triangle hard camp?
Bottom tower is under
Only one little stack on the ancient, sadly. Vitali tagged by the meld again, slowed by the trap, but Pandamu could only nightmare El Misho, so it'll be the hoodwink they'll take down. Even in the midst of that Hellbear Smasher
Top
camp.
lane, Boat as well.
Yeah, in on top of Oscar's Mars. Doesn't have anything, right? No stick, no fairy fire. So Yuma with Gardic do get something of their own, but it's been a reasonably slow game for kills. 1 to 2 at 8 minutes.
He actually almost had a play there. Like running north, if he had speared back that Kunkka. There was potential. That would have been sick. Not able to find it. Courier also still
also
hanging
the-
up top of the chainmail.
Yeah, just hiding
Oh,
there.
yeah, the stack. Yuma
So
sees it.
Batrider cleared the large camp, and Yuma now sees the ancient camp. They've blocked it yet again. So Batrider's the one that actually gathers up the majority of that gold and is now 600 away from Boots of Travel. It does mean Pakar's TA doesn't have anything to fall back on.
Oh, Matthew, though, just going to die, I think, for this.
Yeah, they're all invading. Try to cook your way from the torrent. It was a good attempt. But Mr. Jeans, the carry Abaddon, with Hand of Midas queued up. He's ready there to snap into action.
Oh, this is quite the disappointment, having these all stolen. And Akamago, though, now moving up in towards the enemy triangle. Grab some of their stacks.
Yeah, steal a bit of that as well, but might be dying for it. Hoodwink still chasing. A TA trap there. Should slow them down enough, though. Mr. Jeans moves
He's
forward,
pretty
still
fast.
wanting to play aggressively, and El Misho is being burst down by the physical damage of Pakas.
Yeah, juked.
Man, Mr. Jeans can't find the Batrider, can he?
I mean, at least they can't really punish him. They throw down another trap. They still have an obs in there spotting every move that he's making, but obviously having the borrowed time, they don't really want to make the effort for him. He just walks through mid. What a hero.
You can't touch me.
All right, so Hokori,
Right.
they stalled out so hard last game. Like I felt like, yes, Brood was trying to do stuff bottom, and they just weren't able to move once Dark Mago made the rotation and sort of shut down Brood's game. So we need to make sure that that doesn't happen this time. And right now, that's going to come down to Yuma, right, with these X-Mark plays. And I would guess a blink on Vitali, but he is not really close to that.
No, I'm going for that earn first, then the arcanes, little slow and steady utility items for him. God, I don't know, man. The fact that TA is going to be able to accelerate quickly in the jungle, the Batrider, once he has Boots of Travel BKB, we've seen Dark Mago weave his magic with this Batrider time and time again. And even though he had, I don't know, a poor laning matchup, one that he couldn't kill, he's still ahead of the Abaddon in net worth by a couple of hundred. So, all things considered, a good start from Thunder Predator, even with the little wrenches in the cogs that Hokori had thrown their way.
I think part of my problem is also just like the tower pressure from Hokori. I'll feel a lot better if they start actually like running at buildings. I will not feel good about him buying a Midas on the Saba. I don't think this is my play. Does not fill me with joy. I am not filled with joy. I think, why
Not
is
your
my Abba
favorite.
building a Midas?
He wants to be farmed. I guess one of the downsides here from Thunder Predator is their supports are severely underleveled and underfarmed, but Pandamu with that Fiend's Grip still able to take down Vitali's Pango.
That was
As
free.
Matthew's just trying to like leech experience mid, do whatever he can.
Yeah, I mean, they hit him with the grip and the lasso, so no real chance for survival. But I like this. This part I enjoy, hitting towers. But why is he alone? Can we do this as a team? Maybe it's a little early for that, but I just don't know if they're gaining enough while this is happening. Dark Mago's going to get away in the bottom. I'm not sure what the value is for Hokori.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, Kunkka's got to feel pretty strong with Armlet right now, but Mr. Jean's borrowed time popped by the Bane means for a minute now he doesn't have that safety net. And we've got level 6 on Matthew at this point. Gareth just dying straight up to Oscar's Arena plus Spear. El Misho, Bushwhack, not coming just yet.
He's out.
He just TPs, disengages fully. This is where I start to get. I think I'm with you. Like, Hokori need to make stuff happen. They need to be running at people or towers, because if you're just letting TA farm up, we saw game 1. We've seen time and time again. Angel just farms up a storm.
But it doesn't matter how late it goes. I have a Midas, thought Mr. Jeans.
El Misho just dead to TA. Yeah. And they're also fighting bottom rune as the boat crashes in onto the Bane. But some kisses on towards Mr. Jeans. Borrowed time in 2 seconds. Oh, he's escaped from all the damage. He's fine. The borrowed time will pop, though. So ulti yet again expended for no real gain. He lost that hoodwink top. Vitali trying to get on the Bane with his Rolling Thunder. Yeah, inside his river, just crashing from side to side of the cliffs.
Bye.
Dispatches with the Bane, but that, spear back. Yuma just armlet toggles. And he's fine.
Trying to catch him on a toggle down there with that spear, methinks. Not able to do
It's been
so.
a weird game so far.
It really has. I feel like both games have been a little bit strange.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But
Thunder Predator kind of just playing the waiting game.
Yeah, it's a similar theme as last game. That's all they did last time. They just chilled out and waited. I think last game they identified that Hokori needed to make moves, and so they just kind of chilled. Dark Mago kept just like pushing out bottom and waiting until eventually Luna just got huge. So now we have a situation where they're just like, okay, well, I think Hokori need to make moves, so let's just play defensively and punish if they come in.
And
That's what
let's
they're
make
gonna
a bit of a move of our own. Kill off the Pango bot. Yuma also TP down here, but that's your position 1 TPing to try and save your offlaner, who dies anyway. Now you've brought the Hoodwink in. It looks like Bane is just going to piggy away. Dark Mago's hiding in the trees. And again, we look at the left side of the map. Triangle's cleared. TA's farming. Dire Jungle invaded by Matthew and Oscar. And Gardick's Ancient Apparition probably going to get dived in a sec, but he sees them. Observer Ward spots them coming, but
Oh,
you can't
no.
stop the spear with an Observer Ward.
I feel like Vitaly must be so frustrated too. Like just getting Lasso and Fiend Script again. There's like double ulting you, but he's such a good hero to shut down because again, I think it's very clear to Thunder Predator that he needs an item for them to fight. Like they can't actually just walk up as 5 and hit buildings with this Midas Abba. They do need someone who can get into the back line and set up some vision for these X's, these torrents, and these boats. And that should be the blink on the Pango. But it's not there, Gary.
Yeah, he's pretty distant, and he's going Spirit Vessel before buying the blink.
I do
Is it-
like
is
the
it-
Spirit
is it a
Vessel, but he's poor.
Do you?
I do. I think this game, I think it looks pretty good. Like with how they want to play, I would think with like lots of fights and trying to stay on the map and pushing for secondary objectives after a single one. There's some value to the Spirit Vessel just for like additional damage because they are a little weak on damage. Yeah, it combos well with like the Ice Blast and stuff.
That's true.
Burns people down, but yeah, it's kind of ugly.
Meanwhile, Pandamu's Bane scouts 3 heroes with that Envis rune. Sees every move Hokori makes, and then Nightmare, but no grip for 15. He's trying to force something to happen here, and it's going to be Oscar that blink spears Vitaly down yet again. Oh, it's been a rough one for him. 1, 3, and 0. He's had one good Rolling Thunder in that mid lane on the Bane himself, and outside of that, no proper team fights.
They bring all these heroes and they're just killing heroes on their own side of the map and they're just chilling. All right, you guys can stay over there. That's fine. We're pretty confident in our efficiencies over here, as well as our like 20-minute plan.
Yeah, I mean, matchup-wise, TA against Kunkka. Once TA gets Blink, BKB, you can still like 3-shot the Kunkka no matter what's gonna come your way.
And his BKB is
Pakas
gonna be so far away too. Like the Torrent should be able to do so much work versus Pakas, but they're just not finding the fights.
They might find him now. Oh, any stuns? Yes, the Bushwhack finds him. They'll throw everything towards this TA.
They did it. Good ward. Just getting that all out there. This is what happens when you cross the river, TA.
Put out a grip and a kiss.
This is what happens when you go in the river, El Misho. Nowhere safe.
River equals bad. Oh, the spear arena. Who is it? Who is it? It's Vitaly. Another
like-
death for him.
Yeah, you feel confident because their mid's dead, right? And so you do something a little bit silly, like walking in front of a tower like that without vision on the other side of the river, and you get jumped. Nightmare dodge from
And then you
Panda.
have, yeah, nice little Nightmare there. Still dies.
Yep, no allies there in
Teammates
time.
not close enough.
It's cute,
They
though.
were focusing on objectives.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower
Yeah, I
is
think
under attack.
from these kind of games, it's just that kind of outclass, that experience, that knowledge of what you need to be doing, acquiring targets at the right place at the right time. That Thunder
Yeah.
Predator have done so much
No.
better this series.
I'm not sure what it is, but you just kind of feel like they don't really care what you're doing.
Yeah.
I see no concern on Thunder Predator with the way they're playing. I think they're laughing it up. They're having a fine time. They're just looking at their next items and thinking, yeah, once this is there, we're pretty unstoppable. Meanwhile, there's, Abba is getting towards the Echo Saber, which is a nice active item for the hero for sure. I think he had the Manta queued up before too, which of course another great item to combo.
Oh, nice. Flame Break Cookie.
Yeah.
Oscar, not going to go for
no
it.
arena yet. Yeah, I could have went for like a Blink Spear back though. Into the river or something. Put him on the low ground.
But yeah, it's one of those things we used to think about, talk about, and feel a lot, in an anti-mage game or a Spectre game, for example, right? You're thinking, okay, if we go late, we're fine, we're covered. But this isn't just that. This is like, we can out-team fight you, we can outscale you, we can outmaneuver and outplay you, and Dark Margo is going to show that here with a lasso through the BKB of the Kunkka, dragging him so far back, he's in the river, basically. The Templar Assassin, along with the Mars, just burst through him, and now Nightmare maybe finds a bonus, but Borrowed Time is ready.
Yeah.
Mr. Jeans to pull the trigger on. The grip comes. Borrowed Time
He
pops
knew
him
that.
out, but he's speared up against the trees. Now the kisses and the damage from TA shredding through the Abaddon, launched towards the AA in the back, who's nightmared yet again. And it's just that execution of one hero after the other. We know that if we cast our spells and get on the right targets, we are going to shred you.
Dire's middle tower
It's pretty depressing when one of your first items is BKB and you're playing versus a Bane and a Batrider, you know. But I don't think you can really augment your build. Like, there's not many audibles to be called when you're playing Kunkka in the year 2021.
Yeah, it's like if you go S and Y, you still died to Mars, Bat, Snap.
Yeah, exactly.
So then we come to that topic of mixed damage, which has been so popular recently. You know, physical from TA, physical from Mars, magical across a number of the others, minus armor plus magic damage.
Pure damage from Bane. I want to leave him
Pure?
out, you know? He's cool.
That's very true, very true.
Yep.
Maybe if they kill the TA bottom, though. Signs of life for Hokori.
Well, I guess I should count
Smoking.
TA too. We got lots of pure damage.
Down to the TA. And there's the X mark.
Pure
oh
damage!
my god, she just turns, kills the Ancient Apparition. Now the TP from Dark Margot. That's Aegis on TA, so 2 lives at the ready. And Yuma with Mr. Jeans here, kind of stuck in an awkward position, but a Rolling Thunder might be able to remedy that. Crashing onto the Templar Assassin, struggling to take her first life, never mind her second. Just refracts and blinks off to the left-hand side, leaving Pandamu a little bit isolated, but the Mars Arena. They're all stuck inside it. Borrowed time has been expended, and Paka grabs a double kill, while Yuma and El Misho lassoing up the hoodwink. 1 HP Batrider surviving ever so barely. Oh, survives as well, while Kunkka, chased by the TA, armlet toggles, gets himself back towards the fountain. But that was a move that Hokori made that failed spectacularly.
30 HP. Ouch. Oh man, and Paka's just so free during that engagement. Like, just everyone's being served up to him on a silver platter. Just a little deli, you know, take it off. Would you like a pig in a blanket? That's when you're skewered to the wall, you know. He's just munching. He's having a grand old time. He's whining and dining his way in towards the next big item on the Templar Assassin. What's coming in on the courier? Oh, a Mithril Hammer. That's good. Not sure what that'll become. I'm hoping
they've got
a
Oscar.
BKB. There we go. Let's go, Hokori.
A kill is a kill. But it's like what next? You know, they kill the TA top, then what? Nothing really happens. Kill the Mars bottom, then what? You're still waiting for this Abaddon to be a relevant force with Midas, Echo, then into a Halberd. Kunkka working on Assault Cuirass. Yeah, they do get a little bit stronger in, like, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, but Vitali didn't stand a chance.
Cookie to death.
He's closing in on Blink, though, isn't he? 200 gold away from it. Just take him another 5 minutes to farm it.
At this rate, yeah. Any Phillies in the chat? Can I get a Philosopher's Stone? Oh, they actually have one, and it's in the stash. My good man.
And he's dead.
Could I
and he's not
persuade
using
you,
it.
please? Oh, you know that. Talk about pet peeves. Guys,
Lacoste
please.
would cry.
I mean, the thing is, it shouldn't even be in the stash at this point anyway, but it is, so please, take it. You know?
What does AA have? Fairy's Trinket? Oh, Ice Blast, Sharpshooter. Dark Margot gets the BKB off and the Essence Ring. Lassos the Hoodwink out of the trees, no longer safe under the canopy, and burnt to a crisp. Oof.
Dire's top tower
That means your tier 2 top's also dead. Deso, Catapult, Little Shredder, minus armor, and gone.
has fallen.
I've been in this game many times, and I'm always on Hokori's team. The painful feeling. Is
What do we
dread.
do?
It is dread,
Just-
you know? That's what the word is. Because you just know what's coming, right? There's no secret. They're going to keep walking at you, and you're just searching for an answer that's just not there.
Now you see the bulldozer coming. Very slowly, just rolling towards you, and then squishing your AA with a spear from Mars. Vitali's Rolling Thunder, pretty well placed there, but a grip will stop it. Held in his tracks as Yuma chucks the boat on towards the Bane. The Acorn shot, a bushwhack, no, it's the Sharpshooter coming from El Misho. The arena does trap a couple inside. Yuma trying to now focus onto another target, but Pakas has a BKB. 2 for 1. And the chase isn't done just yet. Pakas has already blinked forward, but the traps slowing Yuma down, allowing Batrider to close the gap onto the Hoodwink. A double for Dark Margot, and another trap, but not exploded. That means Yuma is okay for now.
Just want you to know that my 3-year-old would have scolded you for comparing a bulldozer and a steamroller. He's very particular about that stuff.
Did I say bulldozer?
You did. You would have been yelled at.
I'm
And
sorry.
In fact,
Yeah,
I can
no,
tell you exactly. He
rightfully
would have
so.
said, "No, that's a steamroller." That's how he would have talked to you. So
I stand firmly corrected. My
Yes.
apologies. I was just thinking of there's a couple of movies. There's A Fish Called Wanda, and I guess Austin Powers did it as well, right? With the steamroller just slowly moving towards you, just stuck in concrete.
that is what this is. You're not wrong. That is the exact feel.
Like, what's next? You're kind of just
Oh, no
waiting for
BKB?
next Roche to spawn so you can try and fight. Oh, yeah, they get over the boat. Good little grab by Yuma. Pakas trying to turn and fight, but silenced and brought down for a massive bounty of 614 gold and dead
Right.
for 75 seconds.
Chase, get more kills. Go, Pango.
Kill mid tower.
Yes, go. Go do something in these 60 seconds. You need to smoke. Kill this wave, get it together, and smoke. You have Ice Blast. You have Blink, Pango, ulti. Please. I don't want to see you buy an item. Go. Be brave. Be heroes.
Hit small camp.
No. False. Incorrect.
Oh,
Please
the
do
creeps knew what they were
something.
doing. There's a creep wave on the mid tier one, but no heroes.
You just gotta get a little
Setting.
wild with it, you know? Oh no. Oh,
You
no.
get the ball rolling
Don't
and-
die. Don't die to Bat Rider. No, this is not part of the plan.
Oh. He die. Trent.
He died.
Trent, he die.
Yeah.
He also die.
Oh no.
And it might be a third die. 3 dies in a row. Oh, dearie me. Oh,
baby, a
Yuma gets the
triple.
BKB off just in time, but they've nightmared up Mr. Jeans. Still inside the arena. Borrowed time. Looking a bit awkward here because they could just, leave him for a second. Still sitting around 200 HP. He's speared on the trees, and in comes Dark Margo again. It's a good torrent to buy time for the
Oh, like a
Abaddon.
panda too.
Slipping away from danger, but the nightmare. Panda moves there. They kill the Abaddon. X Mark and Torrent with a sharpshooter back in towards him. Nicely placed. But now the TA's respawned and she's ready to fight again.
Hello, we have our main hero. Well, we will see if Gabe or Ice Frog are feeling merciful
Instant.
today here in 1 second.
No.
They are not. 2-minute timer.
Long spawn. But now the fear and the dread, it mounts even further for Hokori because they're thinking, right, if they're not pushing all 3 of our lanes and not running at us, they must be roshing, right?
Then you're going to throw Ice Blast, and it's not going to hit anything, and then you're going to get blinked on someone else. There's not going to be an Ice Blast for the fight. And your AA is going to go, guys, I'm scouting Roche. I'm sorry.
And your TA is just like farming 7 camps. Your Batrider is deep on that Radiant side, clearing through jungle.
Has an Octarine core, too, so it's just like 30-second TPs all over the map right now. No cares.
Easy tier 1. Yeah, they're trying to scout Roshan. They de-trapped it. So no vision for either side. Inside the pit. You've got to come and address this bottom lane, though, in a second. Catapult Wave is going to approach your tier 3. Dark Margo trying in the mid lane to
Look at
toy
the
with
pressure.
Mr. Jeans.
Yeah.
And that's a good flame break, a good
look
second
at that
flame break
damage.
as well. And now the borrowed time is going to get expended in a
Oh, the
really
cookie
rough
of the
spot. There's another
illusion!
cookie on the illusion. The spear back as well.
Man, that shard is nuts on Bat Rider. You saw that damage ramp up so fast. It's like, oh, you have fought it? Okay, well, here's like 4 charges. Get stickied.
Disgusting stuff. Now outpost taken. Roshan in 30. All they have to do is like push 1 wave top. Batrun is dragging wave with illusion.
Get some neutral items out here, too. 27 minutes. 15 seconds till Roche. They, of course, have the trap, so they'll just wait it out since they'll get it the exact timing. Almisho actually killing some Ancients. Well done.
I mean, Dark Margo is lassoing the AA.
No, we won't talk about
Elmisho escapes from the Templar assassin.
that. Look at his eggs. He's got the boomerang.
Oh, hell yeah.
There we go. That'll do it, right?
Uh-huh.
All right. 25% incoming spell damage. Ancient Apparition. Kunkka.
Yes.
Calculating. Abaddon. Does
With-
not compute. No damage.
No, damn it. The Spirit Vessel. What else have they got? Is
Do you think Tidebringer counts as
Hango,
spell
Rolling
damage?
Thunder?
Now that...
Ooh, that's a...
Because before, Veil used to boost Cleave, but now it doesn't. They changed that in the last patch. after TI?
That's a good question. I don't think so.
I don't think it does, because those are the only two sources of that. Is that boomerang spell and Veil?
Huh.
Yeah, I did some testing on Sven and Veil. It wasn't worth it, but it was cute. I mean, it's worth it if he was on your team, but you couldn't really excuse buying it, unfortunately.
I mean, there's also Kaya, right? Well, Kaya's Kaya's not magic damage, right? Kaya is spell damage.
Well, it's incoming spell damage amplification sources. The only two are Hunter's Boomerang and Veil of Discord.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a distinction between them?
Yes.
Very
It's
interesting.
between all the other ones except those two. Because it's like an actual debuff placed on them or whatever. Whereas
Look at what
Kaya's a
Bane's
buff.
got. Bane's got Vitali with a grip. They've also found one a little deeper. And that's a bigger target to take. Yuma will die as Mr. Jeans TP's back to Fountain. 2 heroes dead for, what, a minute or so. It just looks like such a simple game here for them to play. TA jumps into the high ground and nearly 3 shots Gardic. Aegis in inventory and no cares in the world.
Oh, I can confirm it only fixed Veil. It still works with the hammer, with the boomerang.
Oh, interesting. So you can cleave.
So we did learn something, guys, from this game.
Very nice.
Our knowledge
Glyph
grows.
forced out. Honestly, Trent, I just don't see what they can do. Like, execution-wise, Hokori are just dead in the water.
You know, I have one of those RGB keyboards where like the keys light up, and it wants to do this thing where it only shows the keys that are relevant in the game. So it only use the hotkeys for your hero. It can do it like on a per hero basis. And I thought, oh, that's kind of neat. But for some reason, no matter what hero I played, it always had G, always highlighted. And I think maybe Hokori could take that advice and just press that one a couple times. No.
Oh.
No. Not what I was going for, buddy.
How
about 2 of those?
Maybe
You're so positive. What an optimist you are.
Go leave the game. Oh, dearie me. Pakaz, Moonshard, disarmed and nightmared. Ice blast will miss.
Come on. What a nice nightmare. I mean, I know boats telegraph, but you're up ahead by this much, and you're still hitting the little stuff.
Oh, Gardic. Annihilated by Oscar. Mr. Jeans did have a nice shield there to stop Dark Margot from doing too much. But Thunder Predator are in full control of where this game's heading right now. Vitali will go for a Rolling Thunder, attempt to get on the Bane and the TA. It's a good torrent to take the Aegis out, but the arena's there, and a grip on that Rolling Thunder stops Vitali. El Misho launches out a Sharpshooter, whiffs it off the mark completely, and the Baden gone for 70. Means this game is surely coming to an end. Dark Margot surviving on 10 HP for a second or third time this match. And your bottom lane of barracks under onslaught. But no, they don't care buildings. They only care kills. Vitali, come back here. Come on. Come back here. Pakaz wants a triple kill.
He wants the rampage, you know? You've got to find another one here.
2 games, 2 rampages. That's what he wants. Kunkka pushed back by the flame break. Buy back from the Abaddon. Yuma shielded up and gets Dark Margot gem on the deck as well now. They still haven't killed. They still haven't killed a barracks while Oscar's been killed off by Gardic. So that's a 10x godlike streak on the bat, a 4x streak on Oscar, handing over money to Hokori right now, while Mr. Jeans with borrowed time ready, chasing onto Pakaz, who no longer has Aegis or BKB, but blinks aggressively. Straight onto Gardic and now onto Yuma. 2 kills in quick succession as Dark Margot is brought back and returned to the fight to drag the Abaddon onto the high ground, and GG does come out, signaling a 2-0 victory for Thunder Predator.
Oh, certainly a difference in terms of pedigree here, without a doubt. And Thunder Predator, yeah, they clown around a little bit, but overall, I think they did just play like super clean and very patient Dota. Like, the way you lose these games is by unnecessarily getting over aggressive, because maybe you just know, like, oh, we're so much better than these guys. You know, it doesn't matter. But they were super chill. They just played mega defensively. They essentially just camped on their side of the river and waited for Hokori to feel forced to come in. And when they did, it was very swiftly punished.
So Trent, I know there's a lot of talk out there and about carry players in general not buying BKB. And I'm wearing a very important t-shirt today, which Charlie Tizard made, which is literally buy
Oh.
BKB. But I think the Kunkka might have to modify this advice because I'm not quite sure about buying BKB first items. 2 games in a row has really paid off for him. But we'll pass it on to Alvo and the boys and see what they thought about that and this series.
You hear that, Winter? Sometimes it's wrong. Gareth is questioning you. That's not me. It's Gareth. I had nothing to do with it. I didn't ask him to do anything. That game was obviously, jokes aside, that BKB don't think was really the factor. I saw the Abaddon. The Abaddon didn't do too well in lane, and he's just not a hero that recovers. I don't know. It didn't work out at all, in my opinion.
I mean, how many games in the history of Dota 2 has a mid hero bought Midas and Echo Saber as their first items and won? I would like to know that answer because I think they're not a lot. And again, this deck combined with their draft, they didn't really have any ways to make plays. That was such a gruesome game to watch because they couldn't really do anything. They were just watching and waiting for the castle to catch fire. I don't know. I'm sad for them.
Yeah, I think the lanes were definitely a huge problem, like the Abaddon not doing well. And he's a hero that you kind of have to do well in order to have a decent impact in the game. And his item build, I mean, I'm not really sure what do you go for,
Yeah.
I'm not sure, honestly.
Yeah.
Here's a genuine question for you, Boy, for a stat. If you actually were to check out of all the carry and mid Abaddon games in Dota, how many of them would have been played in SA? Would you say like 80% or so? Because
I would say maybe more than 50%. No,
right?
65% probably. And usually when we would see Biscos doing that, they would have a super high tempo offlaner that can create a lot of space, and that was just not possible in this game. I also feel like Baron could have done better mid, as Winter talked about. It really needs to win its lane. It just felt like they were like, all right, Abaddon, sure, there's a bad, let's play this mid Abaddon, but I don't think they really played it that much.
Maybe not win, but at least 50-50. Yeah, winning is probably a bit too difficult.
Yeah.
I would also say that's I mean, they were getting a bit outclassed, and I feel like when you look at Biscos play mid Abaddon, right, it's also because of Ektor's incredible farming ability, because they have such a great ability to read the map as well. Again, not to diss Hokori, but you're playing a lane against a Batrider spammer. Of all guys, this is not the guy you want to test out mid Abaddon with, right? I haven't seen Mr. Jeans try it out ever, so...
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
I think the hero would be better if he's on the carry role. Like
I
how
agree.
you're depending on how you look at it, but I feel like he's more suitable as a carry since you're gonna build. I feel like you really want to get a Radiance this game if possible.
Yeah.
You don't want to get the other items. Like if you go Midas, maybe if you want to go Echo Saber, you don't want to go Midas. I'm not sure if Midas plus Echo Saber. I feel like it's a bit counterintuitive.
I also felt like
go
at 14 minutes, that 14 minutes was the first time I saw Abaddon hitting the Meteor 1 tower.
Mhm.
There were a lot of rotations from Leo style because that's what Batrider does. And I just feel like he played way too passive. You have an Abaddon with OT. Like, you can just hit the Meteor 1 tower and you push quite fast, honestly. And it just felt like he was playing carry from the mid lane, and that usually doesn't help when your carry is a mid hero playing from the safe lane, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, because of the experience, he's not getting as much experience as, like, let's say you put the Kunkka mid in the same situation. The Kunkka has more XP and the Abaddon is on the safe lane. Because whatever happens in a game, if you give Abaddon levels, he's still gonna farm. It doesn't matter if he's level 5 or he's level 7, he's still hitting creeps, But for a Kunkka, it's a huge difference. He can TP and help cast his
I like that
ulti.
point. That's a very, very good point. I don't think this would lost in the game, but if we're gonna go for builds, I really did like the suggestion you made towards the end, Winter.
It would have definitely helped a lot. I feel, because if you look at this game, the Batrider won't meet anyway, so you were worried about the Kunkka against the Bat matchup initially, but whatever you did in the game still didn't change the fact that the Bat was gonna win the lane.
Exactly.
But it affected the way your team was gonna play the first 10-15 minutes, which is arguably super important for their lineup. Because if they did better in the early game, the Kunkka created some chaos on the map. The Abaddon probably would have figured, hey, maybe I could have finished my Midas Radiance instead of Midas, and he felt like, oh, the game is actually going bad. I have to buy something cheaper, I need to get a discount somewhere. And he bought this Echo Saber, which, I mean, I don't know. I felt like maybe he didn't really want to do it, but the game was going bad, so he had to buy cheaper items.
Yeah, like Kunkka made it so easy because you can just walk closer to the, 2,000 range away from the Ancient. You just auto stack the Ancients really quickly. You get level 7 really easy, so you farm the stacks. And so, like, the BKB comes, 10 minutes earlier than a safe lane Kunkka. I think there's a lot of incentive. It's just weird. It felt like they didn't really know what they were doing, which is unfortunate because I think their game one was pretty good.
They were too tunnel vision onto the laning phase because they felt like, oh, shit, we have to, this lane is going to be really hard. And in the previous game, they also felt the lanes were not going so well for them. So sometimes when you have this situation as a least experienced team, you kind of fall into the trap where you just tunnel vision into the problem of the last game. Or we don't want that problem to happen again. But in this game, you actually have to adjust, you have to adapt because the situation is different. But you fail to do so because you were so focused on that one problem that happened in the previous game.
I like that point. I also think that, to be honest, trying to win the lane against Dark Mago or giving him a good lane, again, no diss to Mr. Jeans, but I've seen Dark Mago with his 5 heroes he spams, right? Particularly 3, Kunkka, Batrider, and Tiny. I've seen him win lanes that shouldn't be won. I've seen him win a Tiny lane versus Razor. Like, he is that kind of guy. He plays those heroes so much, trying to counter them, especially with more typical counters, right? That's why we suggested the Lina or Puck, because those are not heroes that you destroy the Batrider in lane with, right? That's not the goal. The goal is not to win that lane. But Slark or a Batten, he knows those matchups. He knows how to deal with them. He knows how to play better against them, and he is going to have a hero he's more comfortable with as well. So we saw a bit of that come into play. I'm a bit sad for Hokori. I'm still their fan. I like their drafts. I like their ideas. I like that they're trying things, but it's really not working out. And I got a question if they maybe just need to do one series where they just play normal Dota and see if that works out.
Just to be clear, I did not like this draft. It's Avos speaking, not
No.
this part of the panel.
Okay, Bowie. I don't like their draft, this draft, but I want to say that I like that they're trying. Like, I admire a team that's willing to think outside the box. I think it's a good mentality.
Oh, yeah. I agree too.
You did make a good point earlier, though. It's that, dude, when you're drafting these many ways, it's so difficult to tell what's wrong with your game plan. Like, if you're actually trying to improve as a team, what's wrong with your game this time? You picked the bad and mid. That's what's wrong. It's easy. I found it. But like that, you need to start fixing some of the issues in your game plan first.
Yeah, it's just like how you spam a hero, right? If you just play 50 games with the same hero, you're definitely going to improve because you're going to meet the same situation a lot of times. If you just play similar drafts or similar strategies, I guess it works the same way.
That's Dark Mago. That's his plan.
To add to that, I feel like when your team has a coach, right? I feel like there's 2 different kind of coach. One that focuses on the enemy, like you research what they like to play and what they tend to do a lot, the percentage of what heroes that they do well with, rather than another type of coach where he doesn't really look at what the opponent plays. He focuses more on how we should play as a team. I feel like when you're at the range of your tier 2, tier 1.5, maybe and tier 2.5, I feel like you benefit more focusing on yourself rather than thinking more about what are they gonna do. They might do this, they might do that, because at the end of the day, it might not matter because you already screw yourself over by doing something that is bad in the game. So it's probably better for you to focus on yourself and worry less about the opponent.
I like that point a lot. That's awesome.
Yeah, but for the tier 1 teams, obviously they're gonna care what the opponent is doing because they have less issues themselves to worry about, and they can focus more on, they're going to do this when they open the draft with that, blah, 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 blah. So it works better for them.
Yeah. I think the recognition that you're a certain kind of team is probably one of the toughest parts, right? I think here, for example, is a couple of issues with that. No, I mean, not only recognizing that you have to work on yourself, but like the abandoned mid is also, to me, we think Mr. Jeans can win this lane and play something that he's never played before against one of the best mid laners in Peru.
I mean, obviously there could be a lot of issues, We are just looking at the surface. I mean, we think that this is probably what's happening.
We're not sure if he asked for the mid baton, right? Yeah. Maybe it's just like, here's your mid baton, Mr. Jeans. Impress us.
Winter,
we're not sure if he asked for it.
You're like a top tier coach, but like our job as analysts is being wrong for like a solid 80% of the time, and then occasionally if something will peer through some glimpse of wisdom, that's usually coming from you because you're the TI playing coach. So
That's true.
Well, thank you for. I'll take that as a compliment.
It was a couple, yeah. On that note, on a positive note of wow, we got Winter on this panel, by the way. Check us out more often. He's really good, and Bowie, and then I have.
Yeah,
it's me.
I'm here.
No, I like you, Bowie. I like you, but
All right, I'm waiting for you, Bowie, to try that broth.
Dude, I really want it. Okay.
this is the storyline now, but we do have to close the panel today, unfortunately, as both games. Well, the second game ended in a 2-0. Thunder Predator continuing their dominance, but still not seeing an opponent that's up their level. I'm really excited to see what happens when they face Beast Coast, for example, or even Lava. I mean, Lava didn't look too great today, to be honest, but
Or no ping.
Oh, yes. Sorry. I apologize. There's a Brazilian in the panel. Yes, or Noping. I'm actually really excited to see Noping prove themselves as well. I think Noping looked really good against Hokori. Aside what Hokori did, it doesn't really matter. Like, Noping played good Dota, so I'd like to see them as well. There's a lot of teams that still haven't fought each other, and that's how DPC is usually made, by the way. The organizers do decide this. The first week or two, usually it's you put the more uneven matchups because people are still testing out. You know, you want to make sure that you get the peak viewership for the big matchups. This is normal, guys. We're not the organizer. It's 4D, but every other region has done this. Like, it's don't worry. And as weeks progress, we'll get more of an idea of which ones are the strong teams, and we'll also get some of the more hype matchups going. But for today, we do have to say goodbye. So we hope you enjoyed the panel. We hope you enjoyed the cast in general by wonderful casters Gareth and Trent, and of course earlier Gareth and Lacoste. And we hope you learned a little bit more about South American Dota. Do not play a bad mid in your pubs, please. I play here now. Don't do this to me. And good night.
Yep.